to 2027 pursuant to the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, Rule 49, the Sergeant at Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct to be followed during the public comment period and the duration of all committee and city council meetings. Profane, vulgar, threatening, abusive, or disruptive language is not permitted. Demeaning, discriminatory, or harassing behavior and speech directed towards others is not permitted. Disruptive behavior, including disruptive or disrespectful conduct during others' presentations, is not permitted. Banners, flyers, or signage are not permitted. Backpacks, large bags, and sharp objects are not permitted. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 by 12 by 6 inches, will be permitted and are subject to search. All food and beverages, including in metal canisters, are not permitted. Cell phones must be placed on silent prior to entering the meeting room. Individuals must remain seated. Public comment speakers are permitted to stand only when providing public comment. Small handheld devices may be used only while seated, and the user must refrain from interfering with the view or hearing of other individuals. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be asked to cease such disruptive conduct, and failure to comply will result in their being subject to removal from the meeting by the Sergeant at Arms. The City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027 pursuant to the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, Rule 49, the Sergeant at Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct to be followed during the public comment period and the duration of all committee and city council meetings. Profane, vulgar, threatening, abusive, or disruptive language is not permitted. Demeaning, discriminatory, or harassing behavior and speech directed towards others is not permitted. Disruptive behavior, including disruptive or disrespectful conduct during others' presentations, is not permitted. Banners, flyers, or signage are not permitted. Backpacks, large bags, and sharp objects are not permitted. Clear bags.
Good morning, council members. Please remember to log into your devices. The meeting will begin shortly.
In metal canisters, are not permitted. Cell phones must be placed on silent prior to entering the meeting room. Individuals must remain seated. Public comment speakers are permitted to stand only when providing public comment. Small handheld devices may be used only while seated, and the user must refrain from interfering with the view or hearing of other individuals. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be asked to cease such disruptive conduct, and failure to comply will result in their being subject to removal from the meeting by the Sergeant at Arms. The City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027 pursuant to the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, Rule 49, the Sergeant at Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct to be followed during the public comment period and the duration of all committee and city council meetings. Profane, vulgar, threatening, abusive, or disruptive language is not permitted. Demeaning, discriminatory, or harassing behavior and speech directed towards others is not permitted. Disruptive behavior, including disruptive or disrespectful conduct during others' presentations, is not permitted. Banners, flyers, or signage are not permitted. Backpacks, large bags, and sharp objects are not permitted. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 by 12 by 6 inches, will be permitted and are subject to search. All food and beverages, including in metal canisters, are not permitted. Cell phones must be placed on silent prior to entering the meeting room. Individuals must remain seated. Public comment speakers are permitted to stand only when providing public comment. Small handheld devices may be used only while seated, and the user must refrain from interfering with the view or hearing of other individuals. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be asked to cease such disruptive conduct, and failure to comply will result in their being subject to removal from the meeting by the Sergeant at Arms. Of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027 pursuant to the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, Rule 49, the Sergeant at Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct to be followed during the public comment period and the duration of all committee and city council meetings. Profane, vulgar, threatening, abusive, or disruptive language is not permitted. Demeaning, discriminatory, or harassing behavior and speech directed towards others is not permitted. Disruptive behavior, including disruptive or disrespectful conduct during others' presentations, is not permitted. Banners, flyers, or signage are not permitted. Backpacks, large bags, and sharp objects are not permitted. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 by 12 by 6 inches, will be permitted and are subject to search. Food and beverages, including in metal canisters, are not permitted. Cell phones must be placed on silent prior to entering the meeting room. Individuals must remain seated. Public comment speakers are permitted to stand only when providing public comment. Small handheld devices may be used only while seated, and the user must refrain from interfering with the view or hearing of other individuals. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be asked to cease such disruptive conduct, and failure to comply will result in their being subject to removal from the meeting by the Sergeant at Arms. The City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027 pursuant to the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, Rule 49, the Sergeant at Arms.
Good morning, council members. Please remember to log into your devices. The meeting will begin shortly.
In city council meetings, profane, vulgar, threatening, abusive, or disruptive language is not permitted. Demeaning, discriminatory, or harassing behavior and speech directed towards others is not permitted. Disruptive behavior, including disruptive or disrespectful conduct during others' presentations, is not permitted. Banners, flyers, or signage are not permitted. Backpacks, large bags, and sharp objects are not permitted. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 by 12 by 6 inches, will be permitted and are subject to search. Food and beverages, including in metal canisters, are not permitted. Cell phones must be placed on silent prior to entering the meeting room. Individuals must remain seated. Public comment speakers are permitted to stand only when providing public comment. Small handheld devices may be used only while seated, and the user must refrain from interfering with the view or hearing of other individuals. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be asked to cease such disruptive conduct, and failure to comply will result in their being subject to removal from the meeting by the Sergeant at Arms. City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027 pursuant to the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, Rule 49, the Sergeant at Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct to be followed during the public comment period and the duration of all committee and city council meetings. Profane, vulgar, threatening, abusive, or disruptive language is not permitted. Demeaning, discriminatory, or harassing behavior and speech directed towards others is not permitted. Disruptive behavior, including disruptive or disrespectful conduct during others' presentations, is not permitted. Banners, flyers, or signage are not permitted. Backpacks, large bags, and sharp objects are not permitted. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 by 12 by 6 inches, will be permitted and are subject to search. Food and beverages, including in metal canisters, are not permitted. Cell phones must be placed on silent prior to entering the meeting room. Individuals must remain seated. Public comment speakers are permitted to stand only when providing public comment. Small handheld devices may be used only while seated, and the user must refrain from interfering with the view or hearing of other individuals. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be asked to cease such disruptive conduct, and failure to comply will result in their being subject to removal from the meeting by the Sergeant at Arms.
Good morning, everyone. Members of the City Council, please remember to log into your devices. The meeting will begin shortly.
The City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027 pursuant to the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, Rule 49, the Sergeant at Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct to be followed during the public comment period and the duration of all committee and city council meetings. Profane, vulgar, threatening, abusive, or disruptive language is not permitted. Demeaning, discriminatory, or harassing behavior and speech directed towards others is not permitted. Disruptive behavior, including disruptive or disrespectful conduct during others' presentations, is not permitted. Banners, flyers, or signage are not permitted. Backpacks, large bags, and sharp objects are not permitted. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 by 12 by 6 inches, will be permitted and are subject to search. All food and beverages, including in metal canisters, are not permitted. Cell phones must be placed on silent prior to entering the meeting room. Individuals must remain seated. Public comment speakers are permitted to stand only when providing public comment. Small handheld devices may be used only while seated, and the user must refrain from interfering with the view or hearing of other individuals. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be asked to cease such disruptive conduct, and failure to comply will result in their being subject to removal from the meeting by the Sergeant at Arms. The City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027 pursuant to the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, Rule 49, the Sergeant at Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct to be followed during the public comment period and the duration of all committee and city council meetings. Profane, vulgar, threatening, abusive, or disruptive language is not permitted. Demeaning, discriminatory, or harassing behavior and speech directed towards others is not permitted. Disruptive behavior, including disruptive or disrespectful conduct during others' presentations, is not permitted. Banners, flyers, or signage are not permitted. Backpacks, large bags, and sharp objects are not permitted. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 by 12 by 6 inches, will be permitted and are subject to search. All food and beverages, including in metal canisters, are not permitted. Cell phones must be placed on silent prior to entering the meeting room. Individuals must remain seated. Public comment speakers are permitted to stand only when providing public comment. Small handheld devices may be used only while seated, and the user must refrain from interfering with the view or hearing of other individuals. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be asked to cease such disruptive conduct, and failure to comply will result in their being subject to removal from the meeting by the Sergeant at Arms. The City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027, pursuant to the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, Rule 49, the Sergeant at Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct to be followed during the public comment period and the duration of all committee and city council meetings. Profane, vulgar, threatening, abusive, or disruptive language is not permitted. Demeaning, discriminatory, or harassing behavior and speech directed.
Good morning, everyone. Council members, please remember to log into your devices. The meeting will begin shortly.
Backpacks, large bags, and sharp objects are not permitted. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 by 12 by 6 inches, will be permitted and are subject to search. All food and beverages, including in metal canisters, are not permitted. Cell phones must be placed on silent prior to entering the meeting room. Individuals must remain seated. Public comment speakers are permitted to stand only when providing public comment. Small handheld devices may be used only while seated, and the user must refrain from interfering with the view or hearing of other individuals. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be asked to cease such disruptive conduct, and failure to comply will result in their being subject to removal from the meeting by the Sergeant at Arms. City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027, pursuant to the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, Rule 49.
Good morning. Good morning. Can I have your attention, please? Welcome to today's City Council meeting. The meeting will begin momentarily. In the meantime, please take your seats and silence your listening devices. If you must talk, please be courteous of your neighbors. We appreciate your cooperation. Thank you.
Not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 by 12 by 6 inches, will be permitted and are subject to search. All food and beverages, including in metal canisters, are not permitted. Cell phones must be placed on silent prior to entering the meeting room. Individuals must remain seated. Public comment speakers are permitted to stand only when providing public comment. Small handheld devices may be used only while seated, and the user must refrain from interfering with the view or hearing of other individuals. Individuals or groups.
Good morning. Good morning. At this time, please take your seats and silence all your listening devices. The meeting is about to begin. Thank you.
Good morning. The council will come to order. Madam Clerk, please take a quorum roll call.
Please log into your devices. If you need support, please raise your hand. Please log in your devices. If you need help or support, raise your hand. The quorum is now open. I will now take a voice vote for anyone who has not used the e-device. Alderman Robinson. Alderman Robinson is present. Alderperson Hall. Alderperson Mitchell. Alderperson Mitchell is present. Alderperson Quinn. Alderperson Quinn is present. Alderperson Gutierrez. Alderperson Gutierrez is present. Alderperson Coleman. Coleman is not present. Alderperson Moore. Alderperson Moore is present. Alderperson Curtis. Alderperson Curtis is present. Alderperson Taylor. Taylor is not present. Alderperson Burnett. Burnett is not present. Alderperson Wagaspack. Alderperson Wagaspack. Alderperson Wagaspack is present. Alderperson Ramirez Rosa. Ramirez Rosa not present. Alderperson Nugent. Alderperson Nugent is present. Alderperson Vasquez. Vasquez is not present. Alderperson Napolitano. Napolitano is present. Alderperson Riley. Riley is not present. Alderperson Knutson. Knutson is not present. Alderperson Gardner. Gardner is present. Alderperson Clay. Clay is present. Alderperson Haddon. Haddon is not present. Mayor, we have a quorum.
Very well. There are 41 members present and 8 members that are absent. We do have a quorum. There are 2 alders that have requested to participate in today's meeting remotely for reasons stated in Rule 49. Can I get a motion to approve the remote participation of alders Taylor, Burnett, and Coleman? There is a motion for approval of these 3 alders to participate remotely. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. Madam Clerk, please mark those following alders participating remotely: Taylor, Burnett, and Coleman. Very well, thank you very much. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for invocation and call to worship, which will be delivered by Pastor Nelson Vargas from the Branch Community Church.
Amen. Let's pray. Father, if we haven't done so yet today, we just want to pause and say thank you for the gift of today. I know even in my own life, there are several people who were here last week who are not with us during this week, Father. So we don't want to take this for granted, God. It's a gift. The reason we exist, the reason we have breath in our lungs is because you will it, because you still have use for us here. So we thank you for that, Lord. Father, your word teaches us that when the righteous rule, when godly people are in authority, the people rejoice. But when the wicked rule, there's mourning. So, Father, I pray for a continued increase in rejoicing. Father, would you help our leaders that are gathered together in this room, Father, to do the right thing for the right reason at the right time, God. Lord, I pray, Lord, that you would grant them the ability to accept the things they can't change, and to release control of certain things that are just outside of their realm of authority that you're not asking them to fix. And also, Lord, the ability to have the courage and the boldness to step up and change what needs to be changed, and to say the thing, even if it's difficult, even if it means it might offend someone, Lord. If it's the right thing, it's a right time and a right place for it, God. So help us to do your work today, God. So before any reports get read, before anything gets voted on, Lord, your word also teaches us that you resist the proud, but you give grace to the humble. So, Lord, there's no doubt a wealth of knowledge in this room. But God, we confess we don't know everything there is to know about everything, Lord. So help us to be open to viewpoints and to be able to disagree civilly, God, and come to conclusions that are best for the beautiful city of Chicago. So we just thank you for that, Lord. Bless every person here, their families, and I just pray that there will be peace in this room today, Father. In Jesus' name, amen.
Man, you may be seated. This is a portion of the meeting. Okay. Thank you very much. This is the portion of the meeting where we will have public comments, and let me just remind people during the portion of this period, we accept your comments and your participation, but I would ask you humbly to make sure that you are speaking directly to an issue and not provocating any personal dynamics and anyone in this room. If I find your speech to be provocating to the point where it can be threatening, we will cut your mic off and we will ask that you participate next month. Mr. Clerk.
The council will now begin the public comment period, which is limited to a maximum of 30 minutes. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Speakers cannot yield or transfer their time to another speaker. Any written comments that have been submitted will be posted and made available for automatic review. Our first speaker today is Jody Winokur.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, Mayor Johnson and Chicago City Council. My name is Jody Whitaker, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the Chicago Alliance for Animals, more than 3,000 members and millions more around the world who are urging you to please pass O-2023-2983, the common sense ordinance to ban the sale of new fur in Chicago as soon as possible. Almost every day there is a new article about the dangers of fur farming and the real risks of animal viruses jumping to humans. In this new and scary world of COVID-19, this needs to be taken very seriously, and Chicago should be at the forefront of protecting not only animals but the public as well. Here are just a few quotes from these respected news outlets. A Nature article titled "Fur Farming, a Viral Highway That Could Spark Next Pandemic, Say Scientists," dated September 6, 2024, states, "Study in China finds viruses that could infect people are rampant in farms breeding mink, raccoon dogs, and foxes for their fur. Researchers have long suspected that these animals are a reservoir of viruses that can jump to people," says Alice Hughes, a conservation biologist at the University of Hong Kong. The analysis highlights that these concerns are valid and that the diversity of viruses with known risks to humans is even greater than was realized. Hughes says the industry should mandate transitioning to artificial fur. From the journal Science, dated September 5, 2024, the team found 39 viruses it deemed at high risk of moving between species. Particularly concerning were mink that harbored a bat coronavirus similar to the one that causes Middle East respiratory syndrome in humans. The evidence that it jumped from bats to farm mink must serve as an alarm bell, says co-author Edward Holmes, an evolutionary biologist at the University of Sydney. Last year, he was part of a team that reported the link between raccoon dogs sold at the Wuhan market and SARS-CoV-2. Holmes says, despite the huge toll of COVID-19, the world still does not do enough to prevent future pandemics. Each one of these viruses we discover is just another roll of the dice, he says. Our number will come up again. We've heard from the chair of the License Committee, Deborah Silverstein, who stated she is in favor of the bill and will support it, and that it will come up sometime in October. But she also said that she's waiting on Alderman Lopez, who introduced the bill, to finalize it. It was my understanding that the chair has the power to put a bill on the agenda. But whatever it takes, I hope that Alders Silverstein and Lopez work together to get this on the next License Committee agenda for a discussion and vote as soon as possible. Just like you banned horse carriages and shut down the puppy mill stores, it's now time to be the next progressive city to ban the sale of new fur, protect the public and animals. Thank you very much for your time, consideration, and compassion.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Patricia Tatum.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council members.
Good morning.
My name is Patricia Tatum. I'm a resident of the 20th Ward. I've lived in this community for over 40 years, and I've worked as a healthcare worker, as a nurse in this community for over 50 years. I'm here today in support of the South Shore CBA ordinance, which includes housing protections for South Shore and the vacant lot on 63rd and Blackstone to be used for affordable housing. The Obama Center is almost done, and the Woodlawn ordinance still hasn't been fulfilled after 4 years of being passed. The Woodlawn ordinance was passed in September of 2020 after 5 years of the CBA coalitions organizing across communities that were concerned about displacement. Today, we are still waiting for the promises of that ordinance to be fulfilled, and we need 63rd and Blackstone to be part of that fulfillment. The reason that we need 63rd and Blackstone to be part of that is because it's the largest city-owned lot closest to the Obama Center, which would afford the most affordable units for this community. We need to see some of the promises of the Woodlawn Ordinance be fulfilled. One that we have seen so far is the grant program for long-term homeowners to do repairs on their properties. This is important because many of the long-term residents here have only been able to just pay their mortgages and not do any repairs. We'd like to see the right to return for our displaced neighbors who've been moved out of this community after living here for 2, 3, 4 generations. We'd also like to see the tenants' rights of first refusal program activated so that tenants in larger buildings will get the right to form a tenants organization and associate themselves with an agreement with a not-for-profit affordable housing developer so that they can purchase the building and maintain it as being affordable. Housing is a human right, and folks have been and are continuing to be displaced in this community. We cannot wait any longer. We need to have the South Shore Ordinance passed, and we need to fulfill the Woodlawn Ordinance as soon as possible. Thank you for allowing my comment.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Ross Litkenhuis.
Good morning. My name is Ross Litkenhouse, and I'm the founder and managing partner of Cavalry Real Estate Advisors, a national real estate consulting firm located in Northern Virginia. I've spent about the last 20 plus years working in the real estate industry with a specific expertise in data center fiscal impact analysis and state and local tax policy. And I've also been following the data center residency ordinance that you all are considering today pretty closely since its introduction earlier this year. So I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak on its merits and in support of the ordinance. More data center development is coming to the Chicagoland area. It's inevitable. It's a great location, centrally in the United States, good fiber networks and cheap, abundant power. The question, I think, is where in the Chicagoland area will those data centers go? Right now, the suburban Chicago markets have benefited, but not the city specifically. And while the city may have less available land to offer compared to the surrounding jurisdictions, I still believe that you can use an ordinance like this to get a piece of the pie. And despite the mischaracterization by some, this ordinance very clearly is not prohibitive to more data center development in Chicago. As a matter of fact, it is just an incentive, plain and simple, and one that doesn't cost you anything. It's a well-structured bid preference to incentivize greater hosting of data within the city limits, which in turn offers the city the opportunity, I think, to harvest some of the massive fiscal benefits that each one of these buildings is going to bring to the city coffers and to the taxpayers. Because data centers, pound for pound, offer the highest tax revenues than any other real estate asset type, almost 5 times. And with the $1 billion budget gap and hiring freeze looming over the city, incentivizing more data center development there in Chicago, specifically through this ordinance, is going to help shoulder that burden. And also want to be clear, I truly understand the burden that you all have to shoulder and some of the painful decisions that you're going to have to make to plug some of these budget gaps. Because I also serve as an elected official. I served on city council here in Northern Virginia, which is also the biggest data center market in the world. And being from Northern Virginia, I've seen firsthand the revenue power these data centers bring and how jurisdictions like Loudoun County can encourage data center development through incentives that now generate about $1 billion per year, $1 billion per year in local tax revenue, which is 1/3 of that county's entire operating budget. So I believe this ordinance is a logical, smart way to bring substantial tax revenue to Chicago. And it's based on the premise of data residency, which is widely accepted in practice throughout most of the developed world. And conceptually, this ordinance delivers an incentive that's not going to cost you anything, and in turn brings the opportunity for significant tax revenue and jobs to the city of Chicago to the benefit of every taxpayer. So thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of this elected body today. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker this morning is Frank Chapman.
Yeah, I'm unpopular by one. Thanks for allowing me the opportunity to speak. First of all, I want to thank the City Council for having taken that historic step in 2021 by enacting the ordinance establishing the committee for the Community Commission for Public Safety and Accountability. This was a great step forward in establishing community control over the police. That word, community control over the police, that upsets a lot of people. But let me explain something to you. We are now over $500 million paying for police crimes in this city. So this should be welcomed when we talk about community control, because the only way we want to stop the police crimes that exist, I ain't talking about the ones that don't, is that we have community control. That means that we the citizens of this city have the right to say who polices our communities and how our communities are policed. That's democracy. Anything other than that is tending or morphing towards a police state. And Chicago has taken a great step in the direction against that, and I hope you continue to do that by supporting us when we call for a referendum to increase the powers of the Community Commission for Public Safety and Accountability. That needs to be done because the new police contract, which puts us some of the most grievous cases that we have in the hands of arbitration, is anti what we're doing. And we need to change that. And the only way we can change that is by extending the democratic options that the people have to say who polices our communities and how our communities are policed. So we're calling up on you for your support. And just one last thing, don't do ShotSpotter. Don't throw that money away. And the people who are advocating for it so hard are usually some of the same people that are so tight about the budget. Why are you so loose on the budget on this issue? Because you are reactionary and because you don't want to see no progress in Chicago. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Pamela Scheinman.
Esteemed alderpeople, please vote in favor of the anti-slavery resolution being proposed by Alderman Raymond Lopez. We have all read about the abomination of slavery in early America and thought it was over and in the history books. However, just days ago, I met Simon Dang and heard his gripping testimony. Simon is a South Sudanese American human rights activist from the Shilluk tribe of Sudan, who was kidnapped at age 9 and given as a gift as a slave to an Arab family. He was treated as if he were subhuman and was beaten and tortured at whim of his masters. Several years later, he serendipitously recognized people who looked like him with the special Shilluk tribe markings. These individuals helped him escape and reunited him with his family in South Sudan. That was more than 45 years ago. Simon escaped, but the nightmare of slavery continues. According to Walk Free, an organization combating slavery, on any given day, an estimated 7 million men, women, and children are living in modern slavery in Africa. In a report by Statista, there are about 1,600,000 slaves in Nigeria alone. I am here because Black Africans, mostly Christians and Muslims who don't want to give up their African identity, are being slaughtered and enslaved across the African continent, from Darfur in Sudan to Mozambique and Cameroon, from Nigeria to the Democratic Republic of Congo. Innocent villagers are being murdered, raped, and kidnapped into slavery by Islamist extremists. The world is silent because most people don't know what is happening. Today's resolution will help shine a light on slavery today. America tore itself apart in a bloody civil war over the issue of one man owning another. Illinois was the first state to ratify the 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery. The people of Chicago need to be on record. We stand with the victims of racist and ethnic cleansing and with the enslaved. I urge this council to pass the important anti-slavery resolution sponsored by Alderman Raymond Lopez and stand in solidarity with slaves in Africa and demand their liberation by all legal means possible. I am here because silence is not an option. We have to be activists for the enslaved who cannot act or speak out for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Sean Campbell.
Oh, good morning. I'm here to commend the actions of the Chicago Police Department during the week of the Democratic National Convention. They did a very good job with preserving the city and ensuring widespread They did.
Yeah, we're not doing that. You can clap at the end of a comment. We're not going to shout across this chamber. You're not going to do it. Pardon us, sir. You may recommence.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. So they did a very good job in preserving the safety and security of the city of Chicago. So I'd like to give them their thanks and their due for their safety. I'd also like to thank you for making the decision to not do a freeze on the Chicago Police and Chicago Fire Department hiring. We need to ensure safety and security in this city. And I would also advocate for renewing ShotSpotter. ShotSpotter is something that is very good in terms of a response. We need to be able to respond when violent crimes are committed. And we see that there are still violent crimes out there. The Chicago police had to deal with items being thrown at them, glass bottles, sticks. These are things that happen during the Democratic National Convention, but also it happens every day in the city of Chicago, even not directed towards police. We have people that are targeted of violence, and these are people that everybody should be advocating for the safety of, regardless of what your political, ethnic, religious beliefs are. At the end of the day, we need to come together and unite for the safety of all Chicagoans, of all Americans, and ShotSpotter is a successful program that should be renewed. I would also like to commend the actions of the Chicago Fire Department, who is also in attendance today. They worked in well coordination with the Chicago Police Department during the Democratic National Convention and had response to many medical situations. And I seize the rest of my time. I just want to say thank you again for your consideration of the renewal of ShotSpotter. Thank you to Chicago Police Department. Thank you to Chicago Fire Department. God bless America, and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker this morning is Dr. Vince Davis.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
City Council Mayor. I'm kind of nervous. May God be the glory. This is about me in terms of I used to be at Chicago Police and I was wrongfully discharged. And what I have in my present is a fraudulent contract. Fraudulent contract that was created in the procurement department, and over $2 million was given to this company. It has 2 fraud federal certifications. It has a forged signature of the mayor and of the previous mayor, not the current mayor, the previous mayors. They knew about this, and they conspired within the police department and held it so that I could not be reinstated. Again, the Secretary of State, I have the detailed report. It was not registered. And I'm asking the City Council to revisit this again because a resolution was put in place. However, one of the aldermen held it in the committee and it did not come on the floor. But since then, it affected my family and me. But however, I went back to school. I got 3 masters. I have a JD degree. I went to law school, graduated from law school, as well as an LLM. So this adversity made me a strong man. So I'm asking the City Council to revisit this here because the Maggie Hinckley, she's the young lady that's handling the police divorce, decree, court decree. She says that she's not going to help me and she cannot do individual cases. However, again, if something would have been done about this, over family members who were separated due to this company, through the Children and Family Services, they were separated, and they didn't do anything about it. That was with the state. But subsequently, with the help of me, the company got convicted.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Jamese Pleasant.
Good morning. My name is Jamise Pleasant. I'm a 57-year resident of South Shore. I used to be in the 5th Ward. They remapped us to the 8th Ward, and now we're in the 7th Ward. The reason I'm here today is because of the increase in housing. I have children who are renting in South Shore. They pay $1,600, $1,700. We have landlords who say they came to fix something and they haven't done it. They're looking in Woodlawn to try to get apartments. The rents are going $1,800 to $2,400. So I truly believe in the South Shore CBA because it includes a rental registry, which will keep track of landlords and the type of conditions they are providing their tenants to hold accountable. We have a tree that we need to be, my mom and I. I'll be 60 this year, so my mom's 83. To get a tree cut, they told me $3,000 to $7,000. I'm retired. She's a retiree. So you're running out of money. But this way, I support the policy, including the CBA South Shore ordinance, such as property tax relief. Homeowner repair grants are important and will impact many personally. We need a CBA in South Shore. This increased housing costs is affecting my loved ones, which is why I care. People are having to pay Peter to pay Paul in order to pay their light bill, and God forbid someone has to go to the doctor. I know this is already passed in Woodlawn in 2020, and that Desmond Yancey is supporting it in the 5th Ward. We need the 7th and the 8th Ward aldermen to support this as well, so that we can get a South Shore CBA as soon as possible. And thank you for your time.
Welcome.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Daniel Bullard.
Sir, actually, my name is Daniel Boland, and I'm here on behalf of the United for Better Chicago, and also for the Committee for Chicago Mayoral Recall. For those of you who don't know me, which would be most of you, I am a 33-year resident of Chicago who was misrepresented by this mayor on April 17th as a dude from the suburbs who just didn't believe in diversity or the formation of his cabinet. I'm here to tell you, sir, I've lived here 33 years, okay? I have been raised by a single mother, and I have 7 nieces and nephews that look very much like some of the aldermen sitting here today. They're biracial. Don't ever impugn my character again, sir. That's number one. Now, let's talk about United for a Better Chicago, because we all should be concerned about a better Chicago. We also should be concerned that the current administration of the city of Chicago has many radicalized socialist activists who are influencing the policies of our city to the detriment of our citizens. They're more concerned about ceasefires in Gaza than they are about ceasefires in Englewood and Roseland and South Shore. That is not right, sir. We also are more concerned about people who have come here by jumping our borders in the South, and we've provided them with over $500 million in funds to make quite frankly, a better life for them here in Chicago, but it's not a better life for the people who've been waiting for community centers, who have been waiting for, homeless shelters for themselves. And I'm gonna tell you right now, no homeless veteran should ever have to sleep on the streets while a migrant sleeps on clean sheets. We have to do more for our people first. That's number one. United for a Better Chicago also is requesting, actually we're demanding, that you remove your current director for external relations. There is no room in Chicago and in a city government for someone who expunges or expugns anti-Semitic and anti-police rhetoric, be it about the previous things that they've said in podcasts or on interviews that they've done. The fact of the matter is this: we expect better from you, sir. That's why we elected you. If you can't provide that, our committee of Chicago mayoral recall will make sure that that ballot, which 26 of you...
Thank you very much for your comments. Thank you very much for your comments. However, your time has expired. Our next speaker is Minnie Hill.
Hold on a second. Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to leave, sir. Can't do that. Yes. You can't curse in the chamber, sir. Sergeant at Arms, please remove the gentleman with the shades in his head. Sergeant at Arms, thank you. Can you please remove them, please? Remove them, please. Remove them, please. Okay, this meeting will be in recess. We will empty out all of the chambers, please. Empty out. We're in recess.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? Silence. Please take your seats. Those of you who have been asked to leave, Please follow the direction of the Sergeant at Arms and exit. Please take your seats. Are you going to sit down? Where are you sitting? There's your seat. Have your seat. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. If you don't take your seats within the next 15 seconds, we will empty the chamber. Please take your seats. Aldermen, please take your seats. Those of you who choose not to sit down, please exit. Good morning. Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you who plan to remain in the meeting, please take your seat now. Please take your seat. The meeting will reconvene momentarily.
The meeting will come back to order, please. This meeting has been called back to order. Please have a seat. The meeting will please come back to order. Alders, could you all please have a seat so that we can reconvene the meeting? Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, please call the next public speaker.
The next speaker this morning is Minnie Hill.
Good morning, Mayor Johnson.
Good morning.
My name is Minnie Hill. I have lived in Chicago on the west side for 53 years. I live in Chris T. He's the alderman in the 29th Ward. I am a homeowner and have paid taxes for over 50 years. I voted for you, and I got my family and friends to vote for you, too. I am a survivor from the last year flooding. I appreciate the $5 million you put aside to help us seniors. But we need more. We need your help. We need help with the application process that you said did not exist. We need more money because the damage to my basement was over $30,000. You need to meet with us to discuss this matter. We are taxpayers and have been for many years and deserve better than this. When can we meet? Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Your Honor, there are no further speakers who have timely signed up for the public comment period.
That's all of them. Thank you very much. This portion of the meeting is for resolutions. I understand that there are two of them today, one of which is celebrating the success in hosting the Democratic National Convention. And of course, there's a congratulatory retirement, Ms. Josie Cruz. Alderman Mitchell.
Mr. President, I move for the temporary suspension of the rules for the immediate consideration of these resolutions.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. In the interest of respecting people's time today, we will forego reading the resolutions and go straight to remarks. Sure, those members, I will continue to move forward. The box can be populated as I speak. Our first resolution is celebrating the city's success in hosting the Democratic National Convention. While we all can agree with the sentiment of the success of this convention, I do wish to acknowledge our President Pro Temp, Alderwoman Sam Nugent. Thank you, Alderman Quinn and Napolitano, and the City Clerk Valencia for bringing this resolution forward. Since the Pro Temp is not here, if she wishes to close with her remarks, we will offer her up deference to do that. If there's anyone wish to speak to this resolution, this will be the time to be acknowledged as the rest of the box is situated. Very well, thank you. Our box is situated. The chair recognizes Alderman Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations to you as well, Mr. Mayor, on a job well done. I wanted to personally thank everybody in the box. Great teamwork during the DNC. Superintendent Snelling, I believe you deserve the same victory lap that Gary McCarthy took in 2012 after NATO. You led from the front lines. I had the privilege of going out to White Sox Park on the last day of the convention, Thursday. Immense with pride in how organized our officers were. I should say, shout out to Chicago FOP for feeding all of the officers as well. The organization, the commitment to detail, I was very, very confident and Thursday was going to go out without a hitch. So congratulations to everybody in the box. Congratulations to you, Superintendent. And I would be remiss not to mention, I called you Friday after. It was probably 6 o'clock in the evening, and by surprise you took the call and we're ready for business. How can I help you, Alderman? And that's a real testament to your leadership, Superintendent, your commitment to the city. So congratulations to everybody. Superintendent, fantastic job. Thank you very much. You made the city and the 13th Ward proud.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman David Moore.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I want to say thank you for this leadership team that you have chosen that's sitting here. Without your selection process and choosing them, we wouldn't probably be here today. So I thank you for having the vision to appoint such great people. Without doubt, not only what happened downtown, this thing is called operation, right? It's a whole operation. And I'm not going to try to call out everybody's name, but when I talk, know that I'm talking about everybody in unison, from the Chief Operating Officer, John Robertson, to Executive Director Toretto, to our Superintendent. Everybody and every commissioner, all of that had to work together. And a lot of people don't understand the intricacies of that, but we do. And so what people saw downtown, the execution from the United Center to the McCormick Place, also saw that execution in the neighborhoods. We didn't miss a beat in the neighborhoods. We did not miss a beat. And for that, I say thank you to all of you. Any minor incident that arose, people were saying, we're not going to have a police there. They were there. We had minimal incidents, especially, I know, in my ward. And so I want to thank my commander. I want to thank everybody who made this happen. And you all should stand up. I tell everybody we should have been talking about this on just TV and everything else afterwards. Because had it gone the other way, CNBC, CNN, and every other N would have been saying otherwise. And so thank you all so much. God bless you, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank you for your leadership in picking a wonderful team and a wonderful staff that made the city really shine. But big shout outs to for a clean city, for wonderful streets, rideable streets, potholes gone. Really a great, as I reflect back on, I rode all the shuttles every day, all through the city. I felt wonderfully safe. I felt completely proud as people saw our city, commented on our city. As I was on the shuttle buses with people from all over the country, I met some really wonderful people. But finally, I want to thank the superintendent for making everybody, every visitor, every citizen feel safe. And so today, I just again want to reiterate, thank you all for everything that you all did to make our city shine, because we truly did shine. I think people will want to come back and visit our city because it is a beautiful place to live and raise your family. But you all showed us up, showed out, and made us really shine. So again, thank you all. And a shout out to Christy, who I wore out on the phone many days and many nights, and to her wonderful team. And I don't want to get into saying names because I'll miss somebody, but I thank you. I thank the entire team and the entire city. If this has showed us we have the ability to work well together. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Deborah Silverstein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I too want to join my colleagues in thanking everyone here today for a job well done and for making our city of Chicago shine. I do want to especially thank the superintendent as well. I was talking to him over and over again prior to the DNC, and every time he would say to me, "Don't worry, we're ready, we are ready," and you definitely were ready. And I want to thank you personally for checking in on me and my community through the DNC, and it was just a very job well done. So thank you to all of you so much.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Nicole Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President, and also want to congratulate you on a wonderful DNC. I want to rise in support of this resolution and thank you all, every single member in the box and every single team member up under you, because we know it was a huge effort on the part of the city to make sure that we showed up and showed out, and we did. So I thank you for all of that. I know Superintendent Snelling, many of us had conversations with you, and you continued to assure us, and you delivered. Every single member of the force did, and I thank you for all of that. And every effort that was made on the part of anybody who had to give up a weekend or work overtime. I know many of your staffs had to do that. I think it was all worth it at the end of the day. It was a great showing. Alderman Harris was my seat buddy at the DNC, so I didn't ride as many shuttles as she did. But every time that I did, I had the same experience. I will tell you that hearing from people who maybe hadn't been to Chicago ever before were so pleasantly surprised and talked about when they were going to come back and all of the things that they weren't able to see during the convention because there was so much to do during the convention, that they were planning to come back. And I think that that's going to be the true legacy of this convention, is all of the new visitors we're going to get down the roads. And Christy, great job to you and your team. I know it was a lot of work, and hopefully well worth it. And I hope each and every one of you have gotten a little bit of rest. You know, this city doesn't sleep. So thank you for all the work that you've done and what you continue to do. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Mike Rodriguez.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. You know, conventions are monumental events. The fact is that our great city has by far and away hosted more conventions than any other city. That's 26 of them since 1860. These are monumental events. What happened in 1860? We nominated Abraham Lincoln here in this great city for President of the United States. This year, I believe, was just as monumental, where Democrats here in this great city nominated Kamala Harris. And the fact is, the monumental events shape the perception of our city, not only in our country, but to the world. So your task was equally monumental. And the fact is, you delivered. The city of Chicago, our residents are the better for your efforts. Mayor, we're the better for the efforts of all of our leadership in getting this great event to our city. I can't think of a time where we needed more positive coverage than we did now, and we all delivered. And I'm very, very proud that Cicero Avenue in the 22nd Ward was as beautiful as it's ever been, and we're going to keep it that way, I'm sure. We're all healthier for all the long walks around the United Center and McCormick Place and all these other locations. We got to work on the roadmaps for elected officials. Geez, it was aggressive, but at the same time, it was much needed. The fact is, safety was the #1 priority, but showcasing our great city was as well. This was a monumental occasion, and all the great Chicagoans in that box stepped up to the task. Thank you very much for your leadership as well, Mr. Mayor. This was truly a monumental effort.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Knudsen.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank everyone in the box and so many other people. I mean, the reality of this convention was that it was at the tail end of a lot of events. So the departments that worked together, this wasn't the only one in the summer. There was a lot of overtime being done. There were a lot of tired people working through the night to make sure that this one was done correctly, because the world was watching this one. And the world saw a Chicago that was as nice as it could be. Whoever called in the favor on the weather, good job. I think that's going to pay us dividends for a long time. It was really reassuring to hear people, you know, as a delegate, hear other delegates say, I want to move to Chicago. I could totally see myself living in this city. And that's a marketing piece that we really need to double down on in this city immediately and going forward. There's so many exciting things happening in the city, and the convention was really just a strong one. So thank you, Superintendent, for your leadership. I want to thank Christy George and so many other people. Let's think about doing another one in 4 years.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise to thank and congratulate everyone in the box on the job well done. This is exactly what happened when the entire city come together for whatever that common cause and common goal is. I want to thank you, Christy. You've done a wonderful, wonderful job. Police and fire, streets and sand, y'all came together. The mayor's office, OEMC, guys, you've done a wonderful job. I know most of everyone in the box, so I'm not really surprised. So thank you all, and congratulations. Again, we need to do this coming together as a city more often to reach all of our common goals. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Hatton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise to be associated with this resolution. And Mr. Mayor, you know, I congratulated you already, but I'll say, you know, good job for your team and your leadership team. Like many of my colleagues, I think had similar sentiments. So a lot of pride and appreciation for all of our city workers, Superintendent, Commissioner Stollard, right, our public safety team, our firefighters, OEMC. Thank you for your coordination and your hard work, for always doing more in addition to all the work that you're continuing to do. Christy, of course, thank you. The week right after the DNC, I was in Atlanta for a conference, and there were people who had been here for the DNC that were with me in Atlanta, and they were still buzzing off of all the positive energy. And you know, I had somebody telling me, you know, I got family on the west side, but I was only ever coming there for Christmas, you know, and I haven't been to Chicago in the summer in a long time, and people just forgot all these wonderful things that we have to offer in our city. I also had folks, though, that were asking me, oh my God, the DNC, did you go? Were you so excited? And I was like, I'm going to be honest with you, as a Chicagoan and as an elected official, I've spent probably the year since it was announced really stressed out about how the DNC was going to go, anxious, concerned, hoping we had the resources, hoping that there weren't going to be a million other things to take away from those resources during the summer in advance, hoping that, you know, on the national level and from the national committee, there was going to be enough resources and support for us. And of course, hoping that those things outside of our control, all the people coming to the city for this event, would be able to respect our city and have a good time, and that everyone would be safe, whether it was people here to demonstrate and protest being safe or people here as delegates, that I wanted everyone to be safe and be able to raise their voice and participate. And you guys made sure that we accomplished that. So I am deeply appreciative. The 49th Ward is deeply appreciative. And I'll say a special shout out to, from the police side down to our district level. I know our district commander for the 24th district made sure that she sat down with all her alders and community leaders to make sure that we had good communications plans so that we felt in the loop and knew what was happening. And I appreciated that. So thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. The chair recognizes Alderman Taliaferro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of this resolution. And thank you and congratulate you as well. 16 months into your tenure, you took on one of the biggest tasks that any mayor would have to do, and that's put together a safe event. I should have called it a safe conference of this size, and so I certainly appreciate you. And I want to offer my gratitude to the leaders in the box. Without your leadership, this could have been a failure. You know, we have often used the term world-class city. A lot of cities use it, but this was a true display of a world-class city and your leadership. And I want to extend my gratitude also to the men and women that work with you the men and women of CDOT, and the men and women of the police department, the men and women of Streets and Sand, we were still able to take care of our wards without missing a beat. And so my gratitude is not only to you as their leaders, but also to the men and women that work for this city. They did a fantastic job. I don't think there was a trash cart that was missed, and Commissioner Starter, that's a testament to your leadership. CDOT continued to work in our wards, or got back to work in our wards without missing a beat. Commissioner Carney, that's a testament of your leadership as well. And I have to really express my gratitude to the men and the women of the Chicago Police Department who showed great restraint. If I'm not mistaken, we had no major incidents. Some wanted us to fail. Some wanted us to have incidents that would be reported across this world and across this country. But if I'm not mistaken, we had no major incidents, and our police showed great restraint, and I certainly appreciate them and stand up for them any day of the week. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support. Job well done. We really showed off our city. I'd like to start by recognizing John Robertson and Lori Lipson, who handled things from this building. Terrific job, as always. Cole Staller, Tom Carney, Director Tirado, thank you. Job well done. Commissioner Reed, getting all those people here in the town on schedule. Christy George, still upset that we ever let you leave this building, but you were the person for the task. You worked with everyone. I'm not surprised. Job well done. And in closing, this is such a positive event and such a positive thing we should all talk about, but there were many that talked for days, weeks, and months about what a disaster this could be and how concerned they were going to be. And I don't know that this could have gone any better. And I want to recognize the Chicago Police Department. And I know, sir, it's not your style, but it all starts at the top. You led from the front. You put a command staff in of leaders, and they did an unbelievable job. The men and women of the Chicago Police Department who worked with days off, away from their family, once again, something that we're used to here over the last several years, but it was needed. They not only made sure that the Democratic National Convention was a success, they looked after our communities. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Sposato.
I too support this resolution. Congratulations to you and everybody in the box. I do want to say I was thrilled that we got the convention. I know that's surprising for some people that I was thrilled we got the convention, but I did have my concerns. I was very worried. I did talk to the superintendent a few times about it. He kept telling me, don't worry, don't worry. I was very worried, but boy, everybody came out just awesome, worked hard. I'm not going to mention any names, but I just want to say we really stepped up big. Your polling, Mr. President, went up big time. The city's polling went up big time. So on the national spotlight, we looked really well. Even Fox News commended us for doing a great job. So, but just want to once again thank everybody. I'm not going to name any names. I know I'll forget somebody. Certainly, only unnamed people I mentioned is the men and women of the Chicago Police Department. That, you know, some of the viral videos we saw were under pretty intense situations, but they held strong and did a great job. So once again, congratulations, everybody, and congratulations, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Fuentes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too stand in support of this resolution, and congratulations is in order. You promised a safe and eventful event, and you delivered. I respect having a large convention that respects the people's right to protest, respects the delegates that come to do a job, and that protects the citizens of Chicago and every citizen that came across from the United States. But I especially want to thank the commissioners, Commissioner Tirado, Commissioner Carney, and Commissioner Stallard. It is difficult running city departments, if you didn't know. But to run a city department to make sure that no ward is impacted by such a large event and then deliver for that event is a victory. And you all deserve such a large round of applause so folks can give them the congratulations that they deserve. I also, Lori Lipson, you are magic. And we appreciate having you here, and you are a brilliant mind. And it was fantastic to watch you work and to watch you lead. Superintendent Snelling, I'm still excited about every time I call you, you answer. And his always punchline is, how can I help, Alderperson? And even during the weekend of the convention, you didn't let your phone go to voicemail. And so thank you for not just leading, but I had the privilege of walking several blocks to get an affordable Uber. I watched you on the front lines and really in community and watching you have conversations and just making sure people got to where they needed to be safely. That's exactly how we lead. And so it was an honor to watch all of you all work. And I hope that every camera that's in this room will give you the headline that you deserve. And that's on a job well done. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Cruz.
Mr. President, I also rise in support of this resolution. I want to say thank you to everybody in the box, but also congratulations. You all did an outstanding job. I was so proud to see how every day the city was moving forward with a peaceful event, but also showcasing our city. Days after the convention, I had the opportunity to text Superintendent Snelling and just thanking him and everybody for the great job they did. We want to make sure that we take time and appreciate those for your work. But when it comes to strong leadership, you all have demonstrated what is a strong leaders do. You all planned and executed as one. You had multiple departments from OMC Director Tirado. I'm so proud you're part of that box, and also street and sanitation, also CDOT, and everybody who else was part of this event. Thank you so much for doing everything that you did for the DNC, but not also for the DNC. I also have to thank those commanders from 16, 17, and 25th District for the work they did in our communities. I know at one point we were so focused at the DNC and that some residents were concerned about our communities were taken care of. So I also want to say thank you to my commanders for those districts, everybody who was part of this. Again, I can't thank you enough, but also to the administration, to also giving that opportunity to work with everybody, have peaceful protesters. They give them the space where people needed to express their voice. So thank you, everybody, and again, I support this resolution.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Alderman Napolitano.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, rise in support of this resolution. To every one of you in the box there, you're going to hear the same thing over and over from each and every one of us. It's thank you. Probably go through all 50 of us, but accept it because you did a job better than well done. I, like my colleague, was very skeptical of how this was going to go. It's not just noticed by this room, but it's noticed on a national scale. You did an incredible, incredible job. I'm so proud to call all of you my brothers and sisters, all working for the same good of the city of Chicago. Please do me one favor, and as well as my colleagues, go back and tell the men and women in your departments and in your ranks that we love them and we appreciate everything they did during this time period. Job well done. Put Chicago on the map. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Pat Dowell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, rise to be associated with this resolution. When I heard we were getting the DNC, and kudos to you and your team for your leadership in this effort, it was a job well done. And when I think about the DNC, people were always comparing it to 1968, that the country was in such a divisive position that we would not be able to carry this off without having the spirit of 1968 come into 2024. That did not happen. And I just want to thank all the people in the box, the leadership from the various departments, from the DNC host committee, everyone for the job well done. I especially want to thank some of the little people who do not always get noticed, but I want to thank Commander Harris of the 1st District for the work that he did, Sarah Mathers for helping us to right-size the perimeter around McCormick Place and the hotels, Mary May for always getting those notices out. These are the men and women who help make our communities and cities run smoothly, and I just couldn't be more proud of how we did in Chicago. People are still talking about this. When you hear the radios and the TV shows, we have a good thing going about Chicago, and we should take this and just keep it moving forward. As you always say, Mayor, this is making, what is it, safe? You know what it is, safe, what's the rest?
The greatest freaking city in the
Not
world.
that
Oh. Better, stronger, and safer.
Better, stronger, yes. So we got to keep moving that forward. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. The chair recognizes Alderman Raymond Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning, members of the City Council. I, too, rise in support of this resolution and, if possible, ask to be added as well to one of its co-sponsors. I have to say that as some of my colleagues, I, too, was skeptical, fearful of what could have been. They say you always have to hope for the best but plan for the worst. And, Mr. Mayor, your team, the leadership that is here, and the frontline workers that are outside on the street did exactly that, and I commend you for that. Things went down smoother than a shot of Malort in the city of Chicago. And it was because everyone was rowing the boat in the same direction. All oars were going forward, and that's important. It showed that we can not only keep people safe, that we can run government, but that we could also reimagine ourselves and reimagine it for others in a way that people don't often get to see. Some of my other colleagues have attested to. I could not be prouder to be able to see where services were still continuing, where law enforcement was still responding, all the while entertaining 20,000 people, a president, two former presidents, and a vice presidential nominee. Truly, truly remarkable. And for those that wanted to make it greater than 1968, I'm glad they failed. I am glad that they were not able to commandeer our narrative here in the city of Chicago. They tried. They protested. They did their worst, burnt their flags, spewed their filth. But it was overshadowed by the true positivity that is this most American of American cities. So thank you all that you did. Thank you to all the employees, the frontline workers, to all of our staffs too, who are helping out. And again, thank you to you, Mr. Mayor, for what you and your team did. You inherited the convention, but you pulled it off extravagantly, and for that, we are all thankful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Mitz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too would like to echo the sentiments of my colleagues in saying thank you. And I really do feel very proud of this city. As they already stated, how skeptical we've been for about that whole year, very nervous, talking to my commander, community folks. But while I'm thanking you, I want to thank the outreach workers as well, because they was out on the street doing their job, making sure that we stayed safe. But the most important thing out of probably my fifth DNC convention throughout my tenure in office, I was more proud of this time than ever was before because I was at home here in Chicago, where I thought that the West Side was going to be torn up and I got to go over fixing up things. You all say today, None of that happened. Now we are able to have business. People want to come here. They saw the beauty of the city. In fact, it was so beautiful. I'm saying, is this Chicago? The expressway not dirty? I don't see a... Streets and Sand must have did an excellent job, and all the outreach workers, all of the, not only in the box, but we had FBIs that was out here. I think I saw not only OEMC, but we had other workers that was helping to pull all of this together. So the city just came together and made us shine on a global world, throughout the world. They showed that Chicago can now be a place where people don't have to be afraid to come to. You can come here and spend your money. We welcome those dollars here. I'm waiting to see how much revenue was generated because I know they got a good buck off of me at that hotel. So I really want to know what the numbers look like. And now Chicago is open for business, so let them come. Many as will, let them come. Thank you all so much. Keep up the good work. We want to see it each and every day. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also wish to be associated with this resolution and thank my colleagues for putting forward this resolution. You know, I sit on a couple of national boards, and I was talking with a bunch of my colleagues from throughout the country, and they were excited. So was I. I was nervously excited, though, right? Because I knew we were going to pull it off, but the fact that we had additional resources from the federal government in the form of FBI, DEA, ATF, along with our men and women from Chicago Police Department, Fire Department, and the other agencies, I felt really good that we were going to pull this off. I do want to thank John and Lori from the mayor's office for really quarterbacking this and working in conjunction with the commissioners and the superintendent and allowing them to do their work. Sometimes being a good leader is just getting out the way and allowing the subject matter experts to do their job. You know, we've placed a lot of responsibility and a lot of confidence in their professionalism, and it definitely showed. And just really excited about that. And now, when I go back to a conference in November in Tampa Bay, I'm going out there with my chest out because I'm going to say, I told y'all that we could pull this off. Now, I did tell those folks that came from different cities, the delegates, that, you know, they were asking, man, this weather is awesome. And I said, yeah, this weather is year-round, ladies and gentlemen. So, but just a great conference, and really appreciative of the hard work that the men and women did for this great city. And I would be remiss if I didn't also give a shout out to Christy George for leading the DNC. You know, Governor Pritzker tapped you to run this, and it was a tough job. But you had a lot of great partners here, a lot of people that wanted to support and see the city showcased in the way that we know the city is on a daily basis. And from an economic development standpoint, I too am also excited about seeing what that revenue is going to look like for that quarter, given the fact that not only did people visit downtown, I was also encouraging my colleagues to go into the 77 neighborhoods. Take a look at some of the best Mexican food, Puerto Rican food, Thai, Chinese food. Take a look at some of the different communities where there's small businesses that are thriving, and really get a taste of Chicago and why it is that we choose to pick this place as our home. So again, congratulations for the hard work. A special shout out to Superintendent Larry Snelling, as well as OEMC Director Jose Tirado, for the hard work that you guys have done, and really appreciate you representing us. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Bill Conway.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, of course, also rise in support of this, and certainly want to congratulate you, Mr. Mayor, on a successful DNC, as well as all the city departments involved in this, and I certainly adopt the statements of those who spoke before me. But someone else I did want to add is new 12th District Commander Jimmy Byer. He became commander of the 12th District about 3 weeks before the DNC and is doing a great job. And the DNC, of course, happened in the 12th District. Not to mention we had a million events there during the DNC. And my ward happens to end at Paulina, almost right at the eastern gate of the DNC, so I was very concerned. And it was clear that our local police integrated very well with state officers and federal law enforcement, and that is a testament to all the police department leadership, as well as all of our local officers who made that happen. So I wanted to add that to all the officers all over the city and all the departments. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. The chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too would like to thank everyone for their hard work, and I actually, Alderman Conway took the words out of my mouth about Commander Bear in the 12th District. He did jump into this almost at the last minute, but did a great job in helping not only just the convention, but the communities around the convention where we did not feel the loss of service in relation to what was going on at the DNC. But also to the team that's here, as they say, teamwork makes the dream work, and the team that's been laid out in front of us, we will put up against any city, anywhere in this world, not just in this country. And again, finally, I'm glad. One thing I will say is that I'm finally glad we got that helicopter out of this deal to help everything else. So again, when the federal resources come with what we're doing, I think we can make a great team. So hopefully they're listening. They can help us on some other items as we have to face in the coming months. But again, thank everyone for their hard work in making this happen. Superintendent, Chief of Staff, everybody in making this go. And also to Christy, I can't say it's a spot for you here, but if you need somewhere to come, you can come hang out with me after all this is done. God bless you.
Thank you. I have one more speaker before our closing speaker, which is Alderwoman Sam Nugent. Okay. All right, so the chair recognizes Alderman Lamont Robinson.
Chairman, I think that we can find a spot for Christy George. Christy, we can find a spot for you. We'll figure it out. But welcome and thank you for the hard work that you did putting Chicago on the world stage. Many of my colleagues mentioned respectfully that they were fearful and a little skeptical of the DNC. Well, being a year and a few months in this job, Mr. Mayor, and working with the folks in this box, I wasn't fearful. I wasn't fearful because we got some great folks and we're in a great city. And so really the world needed to see that Chicago gets things done. You have champions in this body that know the great things that you do 365 days a year. And the DNC was no different to Superintendent Snelling. This was just a large party. But your men and women got it done. And they do that again 365 days a year. And so again, the fear shouldn't have been there, Mr. Mayor, because we got a great group of folks that move our city forward. And we were allowed to showcase that to the world. What was not mentioned was BSAP. Our business community is the economic engine of our great city. And BSAP going out and working with our businesses to let them know the ins and outs of the DNC and how to make sure that they can be open for business. I want to give them kudos for their hard work. Also, our great fire department for a job well done as well. Thank you. And so again, to the folks in the box, all of the different departments, thank you for making our city great, and thank you for letting the world know how great the city of Chicago is. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of this resolution, and I will try to keep this short, but also try to express my sincere gratitude. As a lifelong Chicagoan, I just want to say, not only on behalf of myself, probably everybody in this room and everybody in this city, how proud you make us feel. I get a little choked up when I talk about, when I see people from Chicago succeed. And I know a lot of you in that box are Chicagoans, or you have moved here you've lived here for quite some time, and you deserve the recognition. You deserve the opportunity to be in the positions that you are. You paid your dues. We could see that in our police department. We could see that in street and sanitation. We could see that in CDOT and various other departments. You have all paid your dues. And to me, what I was saying was that that's what gets me choked up, and I think it gets a lot of people in this room that you've heard for over the last half an hour, and you deserve to hear that. Mayor, I know we differ on a lot of various views, but I deliberately try to congratulate you and thank you for enabling various Chicagoans to have leadership roles, because this is just one example of what we are capable of. And I mean that sincerely, all of us. Many of these people in this box are from various different wards throughout our city, but you are a reflection of how great we are, how hardworking we are, how smart we are, and how capable we are. So again, I cannot put it into words adequately how proud you make me feel in this entire city. So thank you for your service. And Mayor, thank you for enabling them to be in these leadership roles. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, those are all. Are there any other alders that wish to speak? All right. Seeing no other hands, you would like to speak? Again? Okay, sure. All right, one more time, you all, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr.
Chair recognizes Alderman Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I couldn't let this moment pass us by because, and I want to go on record with this because weeks before the DNC, everyone, at least half of the city council members, half of the media outlets, your office, everyone pound on the superintendent when it comes down to the welfare and the safety of Chicago. And I know he got so tired of hearing what's going to happen. And I just want to make sure we thank him for keeping his promise, because I remember he said, nothing's going to happen in the neighborhoods. We got this under control. I promise you, I got this under control. And I want to thank you for keeping your promise. And that's exactly what the paper should say tomorrow morning. Superintendent kept his promise. Thank you so much for keeping your promise, keeping our city safe. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You are welcome. Thank you. Okay, the chair recognizes Alderwoman Harris.
Thank you. I'd like to suspend the rules to allow the clerk of the city to speak.
Very well. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Madam Clerk.
Get up to speak, but this just felt so exciting and to be a part of. So thank you to Alderwoman Nugent and Alderperson Quinn and Napolitano for allowing me to join you on this resolution. I agree with everyone that everyone's saying. I really hope the media writes about this, because the media wants to write a lot about the negative things that happen in our city for when we travel around the country and the world, that we can be seen as a certain way and certain stigma, and people in the world and in the rest of the country need to see us standing tall, bright, shining, thriving, that we are a place that you want to raise your families here. So I'm just so grateful for all of you. And like Lamont, I had no worries. I was walking around the city of Chicago talking to business leaders like, no, I know the people who have this, and the folks like Anthony Pacente, who was one of the firms. I'm so proud of the work that Christy did, Kiana, Shauna, the others, Caitlin Fahey, Leah Israel, Ann Capara, Governor Pritzker, Senator Duckworth, even Mayor Lightfoot. They worked really hard to make this as inclusive as possible convention, and the numbers were staggering of how many Black and brown people got contracts and locally to do this work, and the investment that's going to make for their firms was huge. So I want to shout out the women of the DNC, because it's all women led at the host committee, and I want to make sure that people know that. And then to our commissioners, you are so right. Mayor, thank you for allowing them to lead and trusting them to say that they have it. We did our part of staying out of the way, making sure you had the resources to do your job, making sure they raised almost $100 million of private money, private dollars that weren't taxpayer dollars, to put this on with federal resources. So I just wanted to give it up also to Soup Snelling. I know you don't like your flowers in public, but you really should embrace them today, because you have a really hard job, a very tough job. And every police officer I saw on that street, I said, thank you for your service, thank you for keeping us safe, and they said thank you, because their days were canceled. Like Matt O'Shea said, they didn't see their families, they didn't have a lot of water or food or any of those things out there, and so we appreciate them keeping us safe and their attitudes of welcoming our visitors. And to Commissioner Streets and Sands, CDOT, OMC, Aviation, I even heard Jamie Reed was like making sure those bathrooms were clean when all those airplanes landed. Thank you to all of you that just do the work without needing the recognition, but I really, really hope that the press and the community see it and that we do more of this for all of our city team members, because you deserve that boost, and all of our team members not here on the floor deserve that extra boost in morale today. Thank you.
Thank you. So Alderwoman Harris, I'm going to interpret your motion to suspend the rules as leave for floor privilege for the clerk to speak. You are welcome. Let's hear it one more time for Alderman David Moore. The chair recognizes David Moore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't see Kiana and Shauna in the corner there. This started from somewhere, and this is going to be important, and you're going to recognize, and you're probably going to say it yourself. When we heard it was coming here, you all know me, what's in it for the black people? What we getting? And I immediately called Kiana. She answered, because I was trying to find out who was executive director. They hadn't picked anybody yet. They were still trying to go in there. Then somebody told me to reach out to Kiana. Glenn Charles graduated from Simeon High School. He's also raised in Inglewood, has an exhibition company. And never before has a black man had an opportunity to put on an exhibition like this and given that opportunity. It started with these ladies, and he did a Herculean job and making sure that convention was set up well. And I just wanted to recognize you all, and for everybody who had to get tickets, and you know everybody had their mama and their grandmama calling them. And who did you all call? Shauna, can you help me? Can you help me? And these people were coming through. That's part of that hard work that I think Alderman, what's your name over there? On that west side, Jason Irvin said, and that's what it's all about. Teamwork does make the dream work. Thank you so much for giving me that opportunity, Mr. President.
You are welcome. Our final speaker is our pro temp. Chair recognizes Alderwoman Sam Nugent.
Thank you, Mr. President. And first of all, thank you, Mayor, and your team for such a wonderful convention. Congratulations. It was truly amazing to see our city this way. So thank you and your team for all of that. I too rise in support of this resolution today, honoring Chicago's first responders, our public servants, our volunteers, and our organizers whose collaboration made the 2024 Democratic National Convention just the shining star and success that it was. This convention was the perfect opportunity to illustrate how our city can shine, and we did, but it would not have been possible without the contribution of countless individuals. In particular, I want to thank our first responders and our colleagues from CPD, CFD, OEMC, CDA, Streets and Sand, and CDOT for all of your work in keeping everyone safe. Thousands of visitors came to our city for this convention, and you showcased everything our great city has to offer with a smile, with heart, and with a can-do attitude. Leading this charge of showing the heart of Chicago was you, Superintendent Snelling, and I just want to point out for a moment that you set a tremendous standard for what leadership looks like, and you led from the front, and myself, my colleagues in the city is forever grateful for you for that. We are the greatest city in America, and Chicago showed up for the DNC. We could not have done that without all of you in the box, without you, Mayor, and your team. So with that, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. So along with the body, this council, I speak in favor of this resolution, and a very profound thank you to all of our city workers. Chicago has been stated already. It's been stated that Chicago has hosted 26 national political conventions, bringing thousands of delegates from around the country, really around the world. But this is not the largest event that we actually hold. And so Chicago is really good at hosting large-scale events. During the DNC, the people were able to exercise, which I think is very fundamental to our democracy. They were able to exercise their First Amendment freedoms. And that was something that was dear to me. I promised that we would have a safe but yet vibrant convention, and the city of Chicago displayed that democracy still does work. Visitors and residents were able to experience our amazing city, travel from neighborhood to neighborhood. They didn't just hang out downtown or on the west side around the United Center. They did truly get to explore the full tapestry
of the greatest city in the world. But you know, we also were able to make history again, because I think this is actually most valuable. Because our democracy is so precious, we had a peaceful and joyful convention that nominated the Vice President Kamala Harris and Governor Walz to be the Democratic nominees. And these are historic moments within themselves. I did have the honor and privilege to hang around many different sections of the city during the convention. And I was so overwhelmed and overjoyed by the way the residents of Chicago embraced this moment. Because it wasn't just the inconveniences that people were somewhat anxious about. It was also about whether or not the city of Chicago will be able to move with expediency without any disruption. And the reason why that was able to happen, not just because of the workers, but the city of Chicago, we're nimble, we're flexible. You know, the success of this DNC is really the work of dedicated and very talented leaders. And that's who the individuals are in this box. We had some incredible support from volunteers as well. We had so many volunteers that we were not able to slot all of them. That's how convinced people were that this was going to be a very powerful convention. And to Alderman David Moore's point, the fact that we were committed to equity. And it wasn't just about making sure that we had equity in terms of how black and brown folks receive a chance to participate. This was also about making sure that we had the most accessible for individuals with disabilities, as well as an environmental justice convention, and we were able to do all of that. To the fire department, the police department, streets and sanitation, OEMC, and of course, all of the various departments. I do want to give a special thanks to John Robertson. You know, John Robertson, the son of the south side of the city of Chicago, that box, he had to pull everybody together. It wasn't enough just to create a vision, which that was my responsibility, but someone had to deliver and execute it, and to bring our superintendent, to bring our fire department commissioner, to bring our commissioners together. And John Robertson did that, and he did it boldly. Again, to the host committee and to the leadership of Christy George and Kiana Barrett, along with Mignon Moore, 3 incredible Chicago women who led this convention. And of course, to my superintendent, Superintendent Snelling, you know, he is a pretty cool brother, first of all. And, you know, his leadership, his steadiness, and I will say this about Superintendent Snelling and the entire police department. If 1968 is the example of police brutality, then 2024 is the example of what constitutional policing looks like. And we've changed the course direction for policing, not just for the city of Chicago, but for the rest of the world. You can serve, you can protect, and you can do it with dignity. So thank you, Superintendent, for embracing constitutional policing. And because my time has expired, I will perorate with another thank you to Governor J.B. Pritzker and to the entire state of Illinois, to our Cook County Board President Tony Preckwinkle and the entire team, and again to the Chicago 2024 Host Committee. And again, everyone across the country had a chance to fully experience why we truly are the greatest freaking city in the world. And with that, Alderman Mitchell, a motion for the passage of this resolution.
I move passage in the omnibus.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
We have one final resolution as the box clears. Very well, thank you very much. We will come back to order. We have one final resolution. This has been brought to us. First of all, this resolution is congratulating the retirement of Ms. Josie Cruz on her retirement, and Alderman Rodriguez has asked to be allowed to give the opening remarks. So with that, the chair recognizes Alderman Mike Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's an absolute honor to stand here before my great colleagues, before the city of Chicago, before the mayor, and the thousands upon thousands who are watching online to honor a great Chicagoan. But more than just a great Chicagoan, a great 22nd Ward resident and a great Little Village resident. We lived just down the street from one another for many years. And Josie Cruz, the Cruz, and all of her family have been amazing leaders in our community. But not only are they amazing leaders in our community, not only are they great examples to our community because their house is spick and span, the lawn is always cut, but she has served our great city for almost 30 years in the capacity, yes, almost 30 years as a servant to our city, a servant in many capacities, ending as a deputy commissioner. She was very important, not just making sure that the four-legged friends were not prominent in our great city, but the bad two-legged friends as well were also checked as a neighborhood leader in my great ward, in my great neighborhood. It's with a full and heavy heart at the same time that I, on behalf of the great city and our residents, say thank you. Thank you for your years of service. Thank you for picking up that phone call, answering that text. At God knows what hour, you were always there. And you always pick up that phone and that text. And you always showed the best of the Little Village community, the best of the 22nd Ward, and the best of the city of Chicago. I thank Alderwoman Nugent. She beat me to the punch by a day in filing a resolution, so I thank her for that. I was just about to do it, but then she had beat me to it, so I just, we're of great minds together. So thank you very much for doing that. But from the bottom of my heart, thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to speak first. From the bottom of my heart, thank you to your family and friends, to my guy Kike, for being so awesome and so amazing. And I can go on for about an hour on this, but it's been a long day so far, so I'm going to stop there. Thank you, thank you, thank you for your service. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Napolitano.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of this resolution. Commissioner, what a difficult position and department that is to handle. But to you and your crew, 1,000%. Every time we called, 1,000% we got from you. Anybody in your office, anyone we talked to, any help that we asked for in difficult times when dealing with what we deal with when it comes to rodents, you are going to be missed. You are absolutely loved by myself, my ward superintendent, and the 41st Ward, and I know many of my colleagues. Please enjoy your retirement. Please, as you walk away, know that you were a big part in Chicago, and you will be missed immensely. And you have an incredible staff, and I'm sure whoever falls in those ranks is going to have a great booklet on how to handle the issues that we have. But I love you to death, and just enjoy every bit of it. Right off into the sunset. God bless you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Mitz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in supporting this resolution. Josie, you know, we go way back. I remember when we first came in, you had always worked with the, did you call it the four-legged and the two-legged? She's actually been out on the street cutting grass and making sure that we kept lots and areas clean. Been some years ago since Streets and Sand, because I've been getting a little old here, Josie. So I guess if you leaving, I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing, huh? Because I think I was here before you came into Streets and Sand. But you know, you've done an outstanding job. And that's, you are a true servant, because you never changed from day one. Always taking care of the community, going out, doing a great job, doing the best that you could do, answering your calls when people needed you. Not only in 22nd Ward over there, I think you've done taken care of 37th Ward and everybody else ward in the city of Chicago. So Streets and Sand, you all going to have a very faithful servant that's been there in that position, hoping that we can find someone else, but you do deserve a retirement, and I'm wishing you very well on it. I know that you just won't sit down because you're too hard of a worker to just sit, so you'll find something else to do with your time. But happy retirement and congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise to support this resolution. Josie, I want to thank you. I'm going to start with thanking you on behalf of the ward, because you've been fabulous to my ward. On behalf of the staff, especially Barbara, wanted me to tell you how much she loves you and has loved working with you and how much she appreciates you. And then on behalf of myself, Josie, we've been in the trenches together, so I thank you and I appreciate you for being kind and being compassionate and being understanding and always working, not just with me, but with all my colleagues. So sometimes, I want to say it's just special me, but you have worked with all of us and treated us all with that same special compassion that only you can deliver. So thank you. God bless you on the next phase of your life. You have truly been valuable to the city of Chicago.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Alderman Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Joseph, we said we wasn't going to cry. We got to keep our promise. It's been such an honor. It's been such an honor and a privilege working with you, working under your leadership for the 11 years that I spent in Streets and Sand. You've always got everything that I needed for my community. We talked 10 years even after that, becoming alderman, and you still did the same. Of course, the city is going to miss you. Thank you, family, for lending us to you, so you can go back home and do what you do in your water aerobics. So thank you so much for a job well done. We're definitely going to miss you. Cole, you losing a star. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. We'll hear from you again shortly. I'm teasing. Chair recognizes Alderwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. This will be my only appearance for this one. Josie, I've only known you a short time, just in my second year here, but I can say without a doubt that the city is going to really miss your presence. I want to thank you on behalf of the residents of the 11th Ward for all of your service, all of your dedicated service, and for every time someone yelled at you on the phone or complained to you about some problem that you actually could do nothing about. We know a little bit about that every now and again. I thank you for coming back to work every single day and your dedication to all of your years of service. I'll echo that what Alderman Curtis just said to Cole. You're losing a star, and I know that you know that, but I know that you've done a great job with your team as well. So I have every confidence that whoever comes behind you will grow into your shoes with the team that Cole and that Streets and Sands has. So thank you for all of your years of service. Thanks for all that you've done, and good luck to you on a well-earned retirement. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of this resolution. On behalf of the 19th Ward, I just wanted to say thank you. You're a class act. Always appreciated your communication and follow-through. As has been said, Commissioner Stallard has big shoes to have someone fill, but just wanted to say thank you. God bless you and your family. Enjoy your retirement, Joseph.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Raymond Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, members of the City Council. I, too, rise in support of this resolution. I was tempted to make a motion to amend it to require her to work for 10 more years, but I don't know who would be more upset with me, Josie or her husband. I had the great pleasure of working right down the hall from Josie nearly 25 years ago. Wow, long time. When I was in special events and you were still in streets and sanitation. And it's amazing where our trajectories bring us. Positions come and go. They can be filled, but your presence and your grace and your leadership, as we hear testified by so many today, will be sorely missed. I know that the department has a pipeline, but for so long, you have been the standard, not only within the department, but for Latina leadership in the entire city of Chicago, because at one point you were the highest ranking Latina in streets and sanitation. Something that we should all be very proud of. Something I know your family is very proud of. Having had the pleasure of knowing your family for decades, I know that you are an inspiration to them. I know you have been an inspiration to many who've always looked, as has your brother, I have to give him a special nod too, to help people get involved in government, to get involved in their communities. That's something that we don't see too often in a positive way, and you guys and you were always a reflection of that. So thank you for all that you and your family have done, not only in the Little Village neighborhood, but throughout the entire city of Chicago, and especially from the 15th Ward, where we've done so much together, where I try to keep my craziness to a minimum, and you ignored me rightfully every time. But thank you, enjoy retirement, and I'm glad to hear you are going to be retired and enjoy it, because that is definitely something that is well-earned and deserved. So thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. The chair recognizes Alderman Beal.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise to support this resolution. When you look at people like this, you think about when you first came in and you meet public servants that's what they do. They serve the public. I just want to thank you for everything that you have done to make this city, to make our wards, to just help us on a day-to-day basis. The fruits of your labor are still ahead of you, but we can never thank you enough for everything that you have done to help us along the way. You know, you're one of those people that we could never yell at, because when we called you, that soft voice, and when we see you, that beautiful smile, you just bring us right on down and say, hey, I got it, I'm gonna take care of it, don't worry about it. And you've always put us at ease. So thank you for everything you've ever done to help us out. Thank you for helping this city. God bless you, and you know, on your retirement and the fruits of your labor. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support this resolution as well. Josie, we love you in the 3rd Ward, and we're really sorry that you are leaving us, but we know that, you know, things happen and that's what you want to do, but I want you to know that we have always appreciated your service. And when we think of outstanding public servants, you're going to be at the very top of that list. You are always so responsive, and you help us solve complicated issues in our communities. Outstanding public servants, you're going to be at the very top of that list. You are always so responsive, and you help us solve complicated issues in our communities. Areas where, for example, it's CHA's responsibility and not the city's responsibility, but we have to coordinate those efforts. Or it's the city's responsibility and CPS's responsibility, and we have to coordinate those efforts. We appreciate your attention to the detail, and I wish you the very best in your retirement, and know that you have made an impact on this city. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Knudsen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this resolution. And Josie, I'm just so congratulatory towards you. Your commitment to Chicago shows over almost 30 years. It's incredible. I know you've done many things and do so many things, but in the 43rd Ward, you have so many fans as the Rat Czar. The Rat Czar title has an enigma around it, and you've helped us recently with so many rat evictions, some bigger, larger scale rat evictions that we're grateful for, and you've taught so many of us about that process, which I think is really important. It's the work that Streets and Sands does is really the work that touches all of us. It's the work that makes people want to live and stay in Chicago, and I'm so grateful to have an education from you. You're always so patient. You always break things down for my team. And I'm just happy for you that you're going into retirement and you're going to focus on your health like you told me, which is so important for all of us. So thank you for the work that you've done for our city.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Silverstein.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of this resolution. Wow, Josie. All I can say is thank you. As I mentioned to you just a few minutes ago, we're secretly locking all the doors in the building so you can't leave. None of us wants to see you go, but we really, really do appreciate all of the hard work that you have put in. I hope you enjoy your travels. I hope you love life, and I hope you enjoy your retirement. I know your replacement is going to have huge shoes to fill. You are really a class act, so thank you so, so much.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Sposato.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too support this resolution. Josie, can't thank you enough, just like everybody else here. Happy for your retirement. I am a little bummed about one thing. I always thought you were from the 38th Ward based on the service I got from you. Now I just found out you're from the 22nd Ward, but you're welcome to move to 38 if you'd like to. But no, we just can't thank you enough. I know this happens a lot with people that do awesome jobs for us, and you move on to a happier and better thing. You have a well-earned vacation now. So like everybody said, hopefully you just kick back and enjoy life and enjoy your family. Thank you so much. People like you make people like me look really good. So really appreciate you, and God bless you and your family. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. You're welcome. The chair recognizes Alderman Cardona.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support with this resolution. Josie, I just want to say thank you out of my heart for serving the city of Chicago for 30 years. I do remember when I got elected the first time, and I was trying to learn departments and trying to learn how voting control actually works. You took the time for me to learn the job itself. And I thank you for taking the time, explaining to me how the process goes. Because every situation or every rodent issue has it's some hard places and some easy places to go to. But I just want to thank you for your service. Commissioner Cole, I don't know who you're going to replace in that position, but I know that person better, have shoes and be willing to serve the city like she has for 30 years, especially in that department. But 31st Ward residents and myself, and as you can see, all the accolades with my colleagues, we appreciate you. We're going to miss you. But at the end, you have to enjoy your retirement, and you deserve it. And please, when you retire, you leave. Do not look back. Just go and enjoy the Sunshine State. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. The chair recognizes Alder Haddon.
I too rise to be associated with this resolution. And good afternoon, Josie. Like many of my colleagues, I have nothing but positive things to say about you, all the education, the information, the help that you've given to 49th Ward constituents, to my team, especially, coming in as new alder people with new staff. There's a ton that we don't know. So it is always of high value when you can find someone in one of our million city departments who not only is kind and compassionate and responsive, but also super knowledgeable and effective at their job. I know we're going to keep talking and we're going to make you cry over there, and I'm sorry about that. But congrats on your retirement, and thank you, Alder Lopez. Thank you for your service. I think that, us and electeds and, my colleague, Alderman Spizzato just said this about you guys making us look good. Our public employees are one of the greatest treasures of the city of Chicago. So you, your colleagues, people who sign up for these roles are frequently maybe people that we only know, right? Your department knows you, maybe the electeds know you, some other folks in some other city departments, and so many of the constituents whose lives you make better, they don't get to know who you are. So I really appreciate, Mr. President, you bringing the resolution. I'm glad we're able to give you these accolades and make this on record. I wish we could do it for more of our city workers, because you guys are what makes the city work. You are what make us look good. We could not deal with these issues, right? That's why you're here. And so without you, we would be nothing. Thank you for your service. And I look forward to hearing from you. Maybe you come visit us in Rogers Park, huh? Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman David Moore.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's customary that we stand and say, I too rise in support of this resolution. I'll be lying, I'm not, in support of it. But I am in support of you for what you want to do. I just called Sharon and I said, did you know Josie was retiring? She screamed and said, what? I literally just got off the phone with her. I had not heard about this. I'm happy for you, but this is a sad day. I'm glad I came up under a pastor like Reverend Clemens, because he taught us, don't allow people to choose your friends for you. People will say things about people, you'll believe them, and then you will lose some good friends. When I became alderman, I came on here, people get in your ear, watch this person do that. Because of him, I learned to tune people out, and I just accept who I'm going to accept as my friends, and I don't listen to naysayers, or even if it's people that's saying good, because they be saying good about somebody that they know they may not be worth crap. But Josie, you worth every salt in your body. Every salt in your body. Not only did you make us look good, you make our communities look better. This stuff is not for everybody. I tell people there's two people I keep my eyes on. Anybody saying they want to be a preacher, and anybody that want to be a public servant. It's something it's not something you run to, you run from it. And it's a calling because you serve with grace, you serve with love, and you serve with a passion to want to do this work. And again, I'm happy for you, but I'm not in support of you leaving, because what we have to deal with out there on a daily basis, it takes a person with a heart, with a smile, to say, yeah, I got this. And you can go to sleep knowing that that person got it. That's the type of person. I can't go to sleep alive. I give something to John, I can go to sleep. I can't get, I won't call no other names, but there's some people I can give it to and I can't go to sleep. But I can give things to you, Josie, and I know I can go to sleep and rest on it, that it's gonna get done. And so my staff, on the behalf of the residents of the 17th Ward, we just thank you. We thank you. We thank you. Thank you is not enough for what you do, especially in some of these challenging areas when we get that call. Cole, I appreciate your leadership. You know that, none like it. And I have no doubt that you're gonna find somebody, she can't be replaced. We know that, that's a given. But find somebody that can at least have the heart and the passion that you have. I love you, my staff love you, and I really wish you well. God bless.
Thank you, Alderman Moore. Madam Clerk, Alderman Moore would like to be recorded as a no on this resolution. The chair recognizes Alderman Scott Wagispack.
Thank you, Mr. President. Josie, just on behalf of Pedro, Carrie, the rest of our staff, and of course our residents and businesses, just want to thank you for your years of great service to our entire city. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. The chair, are there any other alders that wish to speak? Otherwise, we will have Alderwoman Sam Nugent be our final speaker. Seeing no other hands, the chair recognizes Alderwoman Sam Nugent.
Thank you, Mr. President. I obviously rise in support of this resolution. Josie, I wish you well in your retirement, but I got to say a few things about you before we get out of that box. First of all, you're just a doer, and I think everybody's comments here today completely illustrate and reflect that. You became the first female general superintendent in 2000, followed by your promotion to become the first female deputy commissioner for DSS. In your role, you implemented new strategies that addressed rodent challenges across the city. And these things might seem small now, but they're big deals, and they change the lives of all of our constituents. Door-to-door abatement projects, including flyer distribution, knocking on doors, inspecting backyards, garbage carts. These things matter to our community and our residents. I am so personally grateful for those services. And I would be remiss if I didn't bring up my staff, who asked me to tell you how excited they are for you to start this new chapter, but they wanted me to make a point to mention how much they've adored working with you and you always taking their calls all the time. So I wish you nothing but relaxing, good time in your retirement. Congratulations, you deserve this. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. There are a number of people that are in the box with our retiring sister, Josie, her husband and family members. I also noticed, we have a commissioner, the former alder of the 17th Ward, Latasha Thomas. I think I saw her as well. Along with this body, this council is clearly articulating not just their support of this resolution, but their value for you as a person. And that is an incredible testament. When your person is bigger than the position that you hold, that is truly the embodiment of a public servant. And so today we celebrate you and we recognize all of the historic moments that you have been a part of. Rising through the ranks in city government, I can tell you, is not easy. But you've done that. And your career, you have been charged to address some of the most significant challenges that city residents experience. And not to limit you to those challenges, the people of Chicago appreciate you addressing them head on. That takes an awful lot of dedication, as well as innovation, and most importantly, hard work. And you've done that, and you've inspired people around you, your coworkers. They are all remembering and reflecting special moments that they've had with you. I hope that after 28 years, Josie, that you believe in your heart that you've done everything that you could possibly do to build a better, stronger, safer Chicago and a government that works for everyone. You should be confident. And so now you can take this moment and embark upon new adventures, explore new opportunities, and enjoy life. We're proud to stand with you, sister. We're proud to honor your life, your work, and the legacy and the indelible contributions that you've made to the most amazing city in the world. Here's to Josie.
Alderman Mitchell, can I get a motion to pass this resolution?
Mr. President, I move passage in the omnibus.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Alderman Mitchell to return back to the regular order of business.
Mr. President, I move that we return to the regular order of business.
Okay, one moment, please, before we return back to the order of business. The chair, Alderwoman Silverstein, would like to be recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Before we return to the regular order of business, I want to recognize something that has been weighing very heavily on my heart and the hearts of my community.
All right, very well. Well, can we just hold that just for a moment and allow
Absolutely.
the box to be cleared so that we can hear what's on your heart? Very well, pardon me, Alderwoman Silverstein, you may recommence.
Thank you. On August 31st, Israel recovered the body of Hirsch Goldberg Poland, an American hostage who was murdered in a Hamas tunnel in Gaza. Not only was Hirsch the face of the hostage crisis for many American Jews, but he also has very close ties to Chicago. Hirsch's parents, John Poland and Rachel Goldberg, grew up in Chicago, and much of his extended family, including his grandmother, still live right here in the Chicagoland area. We all heard Hirsch's mother speak so powerfully at the DNC a few weeks ago, and now I want to share a few of the words she spoke at her son's funeral. Hirsch, for all of these months, I have been in such torment worrying about you every millisecond of every day. It was such a specific type of misery that I've never experienced before. I tried hard to suppress the missing you part because that I was convinced would break me. So I spent 330 days terrified, scared, worrying, and frightened. It closed my throat and made my soul throb with third-degree burns. Part of what is so deeply crushing and confusing for us is that a strange thing happened along this macabre path upon which our family found itself traveling for the past 332 days. Amidst the inexplicable agony, terror, anguish, desperation, and fear, we became absolutely certain that you were coming home to us alive. But that was not to be. When you wrote to us from the bomb shelter, you had just seen Honor get killed. You had lost your arm and you thought you were dying. You wrote to us, "I'm sorry," because you knew how crushing it would be for us to lose you. So you fought to stay alive all this time. But now you are gone. Okay, sweet boy, go now on your journey. I hope it's as good as the trips you dreamed about, because finally, my sweet, sweet boy, finally, you are free. I just want to have a brief moment of silence in memory of Hirsch Goldberg Poland. May his memory be a blessing. May his death not be in vain. And may we bring the rest of the hostages home.
Thank you. Let's have a moment of silence, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Mitchell, the motion to return back to the regular order of business.
Mr. President, I move that we return to the regular order of business.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. I would like to, before we get to communications, I would like to again acknowledge two of our former alders that are on the floor with us today. We have Alderwoman Latasha Thomas and Alderman Roderick Sawyer. The Black Caucus just grew by 13% today. Congratulations. Can we just thank you all for being here today. So next up, communications.
Communications is honor the mayor to the Honorable City Council of the City of Chicago. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Housing, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the seating of tax-exempt private activity volume cap to the Illinois Housing Development Authority and the Chicago Housing Authority. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here with ordinances authorizing the execution of redevelopment agreements to provide TIP funds for specified projects within the city. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here with ordinances authorizing the execution of intergovernmental agreements with the Chicago Board of Education regarding the provision of TIP funds for improvements at specified public schools within the city. Favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Housing, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the issuance of financial assistance for the adaptive reuse and conversion of the building located at 79 West Monroe Street. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Chief Financial Officer, I transmit here with an ordinance regarding the refunding of general obligation sales tax securitization corporation bond. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Chief Financial Officer, I transmit here with an ordinance regarding the refunding of the wastewater revenue bond. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Housing, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the issuance of financial assistance of the redevelopment of city-owned land located at 3601, 3625 West Chicago Avenue. Favorable consideration of this ordinance to be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Housing, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the issuance of financial assistance for the Sacred Apartments project. Favorable consideration of this ordinance to be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Budget Director, I transmit here with a Fund 925 amendment. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance to be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Budget and Government Operations. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here with ordinances approving the budget, authorizing the execution of service agreements and the holding of public hearings regarding term extensions and establishments of specified special service areas. Your favorite consideration of this ordinance be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here with ordinances authorizing favorable tax incentives for specified properties located within the city. Favorable consideration of this ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here with an ordinance amending the municipal code regarding the Chicago Development Commission. Favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Housing, I transmit here with the ordinance authorizing ownership structure change for the Renaissance St. Luke Senior Living Facility LP. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here with ordinances authorizing the lease of city-owned parcels for specified public outdoor plaza projects. Your favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here with ordinances authorizing the sale of city-owned properties. Your favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Housing, I transmit here with an ordinance allowing the sale, transfer of ownership, and assumption of city debt to the permanent supportive living facility located at 8200 South Ellis Avenue. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Fleet and Facility Management, transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the purchase of Armory Building at Midway Airport. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here with ordinances authorizing the expenditure of open space impact funds for specified projects within the city. Your favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Special Events, Cultural Affairs, and Recreation. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit with an ordinance amending the municipal code regarding the Michigan Avenue and State Street, Wabash Avenue Special Assigned Districts. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit here with an ordinance amending the municipal code regarding the Adopt a Landmark program. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Ladies and gentlemen, I have appointed Sharon Bush as a Commissioner of the Chicago Park District for a term effectively meeting and expiring June 30th, 2027, to complete an expired term of Mighty Hamilton, who has resigned. Your favorable consideration of this appointment will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Special Events, Cultural Affairs, and Recreation. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmit here with appointments to various special service areas. Your favorable consideration of these appointments will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, and I herewith appointments to the Advisory Council on New Americans. Your favorable consideration of these appointments will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Health and Human Relations. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmit here with appointments to the Public Building Commission. Your favorable consideration of these appointments will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Mayor, for the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. I, City Clerk Anna Valencia, hereby inform the City Council that the following documents were filed in my office relating to the respective subjects designated as follows. Notification as to designation of Charlotte Roberts as additional proxy to affix signature to mayor to certain documents on their revocation of proxy designation of Tiata L. Hinton. Notification of sale of City of Chicago multifamily housing revenue bonds, United Yards 1A Project Series 2024. Notification of sale of City of Chicago General Obligation Bond Series 2024A. Amendment number 1 to Diversity/Chicago Tax Increment Financing Redevelopment Project and Plan. Codification and insertion of past ordinance number 024-0008373 as new section of 8-4-170 in chapters 8-4 of Chicago Municipal Code. Office of Inspector General's audit report of Department of Finance Civilian Workers Compensation Program Administration. Office Inspector General's report regarding sworn Chicago Police Department members assigned with patrol duties. Office of Inspector General's advisory on cities monitoring of concessionaire agreements to compliance with minority and women-owned business enterprise requirements. Office of Inspector General's year 2023 annual public safety section report. Office of Inspector General's report on Chicago's campaign finance rules explainer on law and its gaps. I, City Clerk Valencia, also informed the City Council that all those matters which were considered by the City Council at the regular meeting held on July 17, 2024, which are required by statute to be published in book or pamphlet form or in one or more newspapers or published in pamphlet form on September 18, 2024, are being printed in full text and printed pamphlet copies of the journal proceedings of City Council, City of Chicago. I, City Clerk Valencia, also transmit here with the following miscellaneous communications reports requiring City Council action. Zoning reclassifications of particular areas to refer to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Claims against the City of Chicago to refer to the Committee on Finance. Recommendation by Commission on Chicago Landmarks for designation of Mars Candy Factory at 2019 North Oak Park Avenue, Chicago Landmark, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Your Honor, that concludes the reports and communications from the mayor and other city officials.
Thank you very much. For committee reports, I believe we have 14 of them today. The chair recognizes the Finance Chair, Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the City Council. Reporting for the City Council Committee on Finance, which held a committee meeting on September 16th, 2024, the following items received a due pass recommendation from the committee. Item number 1 is an ordinance concerning the issuance of financial assistance and execution of a TIF redevelopment agreement for Care Manor Affordable Housing Project at 4531 through 4533 and 4549 through 55 West Washington Boulevard in the 28th Ward. Mr. President, unless someone wishes to speak on this item, I move passage of this item by a roll call vote.
Very well. Seeing no hands, Madam Clerk, this vote has been requested to be passed through roll call. Please use your e-vote application to record your vote at this time.
Please use your e-device. If you need support, please raise your hands. The voting is now open. The voting is now open. I will now call on folks who have not used their e-device. Alderman Hall. Alderman Hall is a yes. Alderman Beal. Alderman Beal is a yes. Alderman Quinn. Alderman Quinn is a yes. Alderwoman Taylor. Oh, Alderperson Burnett. Okay, Alderperson Knudsen. Alderperson Knudsen is a yes. Have all those that voted who wish? Okay. Voting is now closed.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. There are 48 yeas and 0 nays. This matter has passed. Alderman Mitchell on the motion to reconsider.
President, move to reconsider the vote.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those that are opposed say no. This motion fails. Chair recognizes Chair Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 2 is an ordinance concerning the issuance of financial assistance and the execution of a TIF redevelopment agreement for Legend South A3 Mixed Income Housing Development at 4520 South State Street in the 3rd Ward. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote in the Committee on Finance report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 3 is the substitute ordinance concerning the issuance of multifamily housing revenue bonds and other financial assistance for MHL2 Prairie District Apartments Project at 1801 South Wabash Avenue in the 3rd Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 4 is an ordinance concerning the issuance of financial assistance for MHL3 Prairie District Apartments Project at 1800 South Michigan Avenue in the 3rd Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 5 is an ordinance concerning the First Amendment to the intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Park District for the provision of TIF funds for improvements at Kells Park at 1714 and 724 North Kedzie Avenue in the 27th Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Items 6 and 7 consist of orders of authorization for the payment of various small claims against the city of Chicago and the denial of payments of various small claims against the city of Chicago. If there are no objections, I move that these items be placed in passage for the omnibus.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Item number 8 are proposed orders authorizing charitable solicitation on the public way for the Salvation Army North and Central Illinois Division citywide from November 1st, 2024 through December 24th, 2024, and Save the Children Federation Incorporated for September 18th, 2024 through December 31st, 2024. These will be placed on file with the clerk. Item number 9 is the report of cases in which verdicts, judgments, or settlements were entered into for the month of July 2024 and August 2024. These will also be placed on file with the clerk. Item 10A is an order authorizing Corporation Counsel to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of McClendon versus City of Chicago in the amount of $150,000. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 10B is an order authorizing Corporation Counsel to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of Cheryl Hahn versus City of Chicago and Felicia White in the amount of $300,000. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 10C is an order authorizing Corporation Counsel to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of Waddy versus City of Chicago in the amount of $500,000. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 10D is an order authorizing Corporation Counsel to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of Liggins versus City of Chicago et al. In the amount of $2.5 million. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 10E. Excuse me, y'all. Item number 10E is an order authorizing Corporation Counsel to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of Jakes versus Boudreaux et al. In the amount of $11.6 million. I move passage of this item by the same motion, with the exception of Alderman Mitz, who recused herself from voting on this matter under Rule 14, as the plaintiff is a relative. Mr. President, this concludes my report from the Committee on Finance.
Very well. Well, hearing no objections, did you make the motion?
I did.
For Alderwoman Mitz to be recused? Very good. But hearing no objections, so ordered. Thank you, Madam Chair. The Committee on Budget and Government Operations, the chair recognizes Chairman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the City Council, reporting for the Committee on Budget and Government Operations, which held a meeting on September 5th, 2024. Committee has a series of reports recommending passage of the following items. Item number 1 is a communication recommending proposed ordinance concerning an annual appropriation ordinance year 2024 amendment within Fund 925. Move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 2 is a communication recommending a proposed amendment to Municipal Code Section 16-14 concerning the Neighborhood Opportunity Fund Program Amendment. Same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Item number 3 is a communication recommending proposed adoption of a redevelopment agreement with Plant Chicago NFP concerning provision of neighborhood opportunity funds for the renovation of the former firehouse at 4459 South Marshfield. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 4 is a transfer of funds within the Committee on Workforce Development for year 2024. I make the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Item number 5 is a transfer of funds within the 30th Ward Wage Allowance and Automatic Expense Account for year 2024. I make the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Item number 6 is a transfer of funds within the 40th Ward Wage Allowance and Automatic Expense Account for year 2024. I make the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President, that concludes the reports.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. For Committee on Aviation, the chair recognizes Chairman O'Shea.
Mr. President, members of the City Council, reporting for your Committee on Aviation, which held a meeting on Tuesday, September 10th, 2024. The committee has a series of reports recommending passage of the following items. Item number 1, Ordinance 2024-001-1042 is the third amendment to Phase 1 lease, Second Amendment to Phase 2 lease, and First Amendment to Phase 3 lease with Aero Chicago for cargo facility operations at Chicago O'Hare International Airport. Mr. President, I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 2, this ordinance, 2024-001-0971, is a lease agreement with United States Cellular Corporation and FCA Partners LLC for office space. For this item, the text of the lease was inadvertently excluded from the ordinance. We have sent a substitute ordinance that includes the lease to all City Council members. I move for acceptance of the substitute ordinance by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
I move passage of the substitute ordinance by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the Committee on Rules, Chair recognized for the Committee on Committees and Rules. The Chair recognizes Chairwoman Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. We met on September 16th, 2024. Approval of the July 2024 monthly Rule 45 report for the Committee on Committees and Rules was approved. Item 1, 02-024-000-9670, submission of the public question by referendum to the Chicago voters at the next regular election regarding the change to the Commission of the Public Safety and Accountability membership from 7 members to 11 members, and amendment of the Municipal Code, Chapter 2-80, by modifying various sections regarding term limits, qualifications, duties, elections for, and appointments of the Commission for the Commission for Public Safety and Accountability received a do not pass. Item 2, 02-0224-00-10990, amendment of the Municipal Code, Section 9-12-070, establishing maximum speed limit of 25 miles per hour on streets, 15 miles per hour in alleys, and absolute statutory non-urban limits of 55 miles per hour, referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Item 3, R2-0223-0005295, calls to rename the conference room 201A as the Honorable Harold Washington Meeting Room, was approved. Item 4 was a direct introduction, a resolution calling for the resolution identifying the Sergeant-at-Arms of the City Council of the City of Chicago for the 2023 to 27 term, was approved. Item 5 was a direct introduction, a resolution amending the resolution identifying the chairman, vice chairman, and members of the Standing Committee of the City Council of the City of Chicago for the 2023-2027 term, was approved. That concludes my report.
Very well. Thank you, Madam Chair, as you know, right? So for the items 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Approval of those items by the first most favorable roll call of finance.
Very well. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Thank you, Madam Chair. For the Committee on Contracting and Oversight and Equity, the Chair recognizes Chair Mitz.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the City Council. I'm reporting for the Committee on Contracts, Oversight, and Equity. We held a meeting on September the 10th, 2024, to consider the following items. Item number 1, A2-024-001-2072, a direct introduction, appointment of Charlotte Roberts as Chief Procurement Officer, sponsored by the Mayor Johnson. Mr. President, I move that the City Council concur in the recommendation of the Contract Oversight and Equity Committee by the same roll call vote as item number 1 of the Committee on Finance report and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Alderwoman Mitz, I do apologize. There is a slight delay with the appointee, the nominee. So can you do me a favor? I'm going to come back to you, okay? And then we'll come back to your committee. Is that all right?
Absolutely.
All right, very well. Thank you all. So then with that, then I will recognize the next committee for Economic Capital and Technology Development, and that is Chair Villegas. The chair recognizes Chair Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the City Council reporting for the Committee on Economic Capital Technology Development. On Wednesday, September 11th, 2024, the committee held a meeting and recommended the passage of the following items. Items 1 through 8 on the report are a series of appointments and reappointments to various special service areas. Items 1 through 3, reappointments of Lorento Ramirez, Alexis J. Alamis, and appointment of Jose V. Chavez to SSA number 5, the Commercial Avenue Commission. Item 4, reappointment of William J. Shepard as a member of SSA number 8, the Lakeview East Commission. Items 5 through 7, reappointment of Christopher Murphy and the appointments of Richard Buckwater and Daniel Eel as members of SSA number 28-2014, Six Corners Commission. Item 8, appointment of Brandy Ann Amafala Marqual Catiana Chavante as member of SSA number 54, Sheridan Road Avenue Commission. I move for passage of these appointments and reappointments by the first favorable roll call of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Very well. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item 9 on the report is an amendment of Municipal Code 2-45 regarding favorable tax incentives. On this item, the committee passed a substitute ordinance. I move for passage of this item by the first favorable roll call of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Items 10 through 12 on the report are a series of tax incentives voted on by the committee. Item 10 on the report is an ordinance to support of a Class 6B tax incentive for property at 1474 West Hubbard Street in First Ward. Item 11 on the report is a direct introduction to approve the issuance of a Class C property tax incentive for property at 2512 West 24th Place, LLC, in the 25th Ward. And item 12 on the report is an ordinance to approve the issuance of a Class 7D tax incentive to establish, rehabilitate grocery store and beneficial easements from former Dominic's at 3250 West 87th Street in the 18th Ward. I move for passage of these items by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item 13 on the report is an ordinance to amend Municipal Code 2-68 by adding section 2-68-50 requiring city data to be processed, stored, transmitted, and disposed of within jurisdictions of the United States. On this item, the committee passed a substitute ordinance. I move for passage of this item by the first favorable roll call of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now we will return back to the Committee on Contracting, Oversight, and Equity. With that, the chair recognizes Chair Mitz.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the City Council. I am reporting for the Committee on Contracts, Oversight, and Equity. We held a meeting on September the 10th, 2024 to consider the following. Item number 1, A2024-001-2072. Direct introduction, the appointment of Charlotte Roberts as Chief Procurement Officer, sponsored by Mayor Johnson. Mr. President, if anyone doesn't wish to speak, I move to concur.
Make the full motion, and then I will open up for
I move to
speech.
concur in the recommendation of the Committee on Contracts, Oversight, and Equity by the first roll call of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Very well. There's a motion, and are there any individuals that wish to speak to this appointment? Chair recognizes Alderman Moore.
Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing me, and I stand in support of this appointment. There's a spiritual song that says, "My good days outweigh my bad days," and and this is a good day. This is a good day, Mr. Mayor, because yet you have made another excellent appointment to your cabinet, and I cannot help but to say, when I was vice chair of Contract Oversight and Equity, Ms. Charlotte Roberts came in and gave us some insight on the things that we needed to do to make sure that we had equity in this city as we were trying to do that. Unfortunately, I didn't get named as chair. We didn't get a chance to move on those things, but I knew she had the knowledge. As I began to look more into her and find out more about her, the things that she did at the state level, things that she did at the University of Illinois, has just been so exceptional, and I have no doubt that we're going to get to the point where we need to get to, where we're not sitting up here every budget hearing, every meeting, asking what are numbers looking like for African Americans. And people always know when I say that, because I tell you, when Black people win, everybody benefits. Everybody benefits. And I'm so happy to have her here to make sure that there's equity in this city of Chicago for contracts, not only on contracting in terms of just building, but also contracts in terms of service, some that's left behind sometimes. So I definitely stand in support of this appointment. I thank you, Mr. Mayor, for listening to your team and making this appointment. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Haddon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of this appointment. Chief, it was really great to have some time to get to meet with you, to get to walk with you to your committee meeting, and I appreciate you taking on this role. So I know from our conversation that you've got great experience, you've got a lot of enthusiasm for something that I was excited to hear about, but workflows and processes and making sure that this department is going to work the way the city of Chicago needs it to work. So this is, enjoy this moment, and thank you for continuing your career of public service with the city of Chicago. We will be demanding a lot, just letting you know. So for the family, we're gonna ask a lot, and so as you come into service with us, please know that even when we're asking a lot of questions or demanding things or, you know, hitting you with a lot of information, that we've got faith in your leadership, and we look forward to working with you in partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Alderman O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of this appointment. Good choice. Ms. Roberts, I look forward to working with you. Your resume speaks for itself. Whatever I can do to be helpful. When I say that, I'm speaking for many of my colleagues here on the floor. I think we all know how important procurement is, and what we've seen over the past year or so, we have a lot to make up for. Procurement touches every single department in our city. And I can speak on my own experience with aviation. We've got a lot of making up to do. Appreciate your willingness to take on this challenge. You've got some good people around you. Let's make sure we get enough better people around you, give you a hand moving forward. But whatever I can do to be helpful, best of luck, and I'm glad your family's here with you today.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise to be associated with this. And I want to thank you for your leadership in picking someone who genuinely will come in, bust the doors down, and work hard every day. Your candidate and I have worked together in other governments, and I know how hardworking she was when she was there. I know she brings that same dedication, commitment to the city of Chicago, and couldn't be more thrilled to have the opportunity to work with you again. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. First off, congratulations on your appointment, and you got a few more minutes to figure out if you really want to jump into this fray. I first met Ms. Roberts at a block party. She's actually a resident of the 28th Ward and has done us proud in the work that she's done in her previous life. I think she's been in government since she was about 9, and that's about 15 now. But she's done great work, and I know that the work that you do is difficult. Trying to hustle and get folks in line to see a vision, to see the value in diversity and what we do with our dollars and how those dollars impact communities throughout our city is not an easy job. But I do know that you're up to the task. I wish you the best, and if there's anything that we can do legislatively to make your job simpler or to push policies that will help not only diversify the spending of our city, but to diversify the outcomes that we have so sorely not seen in the past few years. So again, we stand with you in support of you and wish you the best in your work. And again, whatever assistance that we need to provide, please let us know. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also be associated with this appointment. You know, my grandma used to tell me, I tell you who you are by who you hang with. And I know that the support agencies, CMSDC, HACIA, IHCC, Black Contractors, Owners, and Executives, all came out in support of the appointment of Ms. Charlotte Roberts. And that's a testament really to the fact that she's been someone that's been in the industry for quite some time and really has been a leader in making sure that diversity and parity are at the forefront as she conducts her work. So I'm really looking forward to working with her and really challenging the status quo and making sure that we can get more minority women and veterans to be prime contractors, not just in the construction side, but also in the professional services side, where low bid is not part of the process, where it's evaluated through a qualified base selection, where we can get more, again, minority, women, and veterans to be primes. And so really looking forward to working with you. Please lean on the body, because during budget season, surprisingly, we're not talking much about the budget so much as we're talking about the folks that are getting contracts and the people that the city of Chicago is hiring. And so I think this is an opportunity for you to really challenge us in making sure that we're putting forward policies that impact residents of the city of Chicago. So happy to support this appointment. Looking forward to working with you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President, and again, good afternoon, members of the City Council. I wish to congratulate Ms. Roberts on your appointment. You and I have not had the opportunity to sit down, but I believe that we have that coming shortly. But I echo many of the comments made here today that your department is so crucial in expanding opportunity throughout every corner of the city of Chicago. All of us have WMBE licensed registered businesses in the city of Chicago, but there are many challenges even now with all of those businesses out there in getting them to want to do work with the city of Chicago. And that is truly a failure on all of us when we talk about the same players getting the same contracts year after year after year. We must be able to address those barriers that are stopping people from wanting to do business with the city of Chicago. Your office gives out monthly reports of things that are being bid out by every department, by every sister agency, and yet we are still struggling to get individuals into those bids. And those things must be addressed together. We cannot point the finger at you while we are silent in here. So I want to offer my hand and help to the department, because there are many things that we've kind of just taken for granted over the years. Even the very language of the RFPs is outdated for the 21st century. And that is something that I think we need to address. We need to look at expanding our requirements, 26 and 6. I still think that we could go higher. I still think we can go better. We have many new categories that we're including, and oftentimes that means that we are now fighting against each other. Chicago is big enough where we don't need to fight against each other, where we can expand, and we can even finally have a discussion on having a classification for the American descendants of slaves as being a bid opportunity for individuals here in the city of Chicago. Those conversations are long, long overdue. I believe also, Mr. President, that the opportunity must also present itself, as we've seen in other departments, where we've gotten away from the fact that we are not following our own laws when it comes to language access, which I believe is another hindrance to why individuals do not participate in our bid process. Municipal code says we must provide language in multiple languages so that everyone can access them equally, and yet we do not. That remains a challenge, not only for the department that you will be leading, but for many departments. And I, again, look forward to working with you on that. But I think we have the opportunity, as many have said and will say, to reimagine how we do bids, to reimagine how we do put out the work. And I think that the one thing that I hope we never hear is that this is how it is and it's too much work to start doing things differently. We cannot allow that to happen, especially when we have departments that spend billions by district, by zone, and yet still leave so many people in the dark. So I wish you all of the best, look forward to our meeting, and look forward to voting for you today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Monique Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand as well with my other colleagues in support of this appointment. I look forward to working with you and the continued work that I've been doing with Emma this year with educating African Americans on contracts. We know that we're at a 3% rate for African Americans and blacks, African Americans, whichever one, receiving contracts. And so we need to raise that number, and we can do that with you and not separately from you. And so we don't want to put the burden all on you. We want to continue to work with you as alders and make sure that we get the job done so that it's fair and equitable throughout the city, so that we can see less disparity with blacks in these contracts, because they're there, and we need to educate them on how and why and just go after those contracts. So I look forward to the continued work and an excellent appointment again. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of this excellent appointment and to commend not only yourself, but to our Chief Roberson for vetting such a capable, competent, and qualified candidate. While you live in the 28th Ward, like your alderman, you were raised on the South Side. So as a proud Southsider, we are so proud. And now I am so glad as a member of the Contract and Equity Committee that now we have a partner, Chairman Mintz, now we finally have a partner in the procurement officer that will help us look into the antiquated codes and ordinances that have prevented African Americans from doing business with the city of Chicago. I don't recall in the last 5 years, not only the Black organizations, but also Latino-led organizations that have just written so much support and that has supported you for the last 30 years to present day. And we are looking forward to rolling our sleeves up, doing a lot of work, doing a lot of reading, but I know you eat, breathe, and live the law. So congratulations, Charlotte. I see your daughter. I know you are proud of your mother, and you're gonna get on this journey along with us, all right? God bless you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Before I turn it back over to the chairwoman, are there any other alders that wish to speak to this resolution? The chair recognizes, there are two more. The chair recognizes Alderman Lamont Robinson.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. And I would like to rise to echo the sentiments of my colleagues. But I think it's important, Mr. Mayor, that while we have the Roberts family here, that we go down memory lane and on the history of who we have in front of us. Charlotte Roberts comes from a great stock. In 1960, her father, Herman Roberts, knowing that Black folks in this town, some of our greatest entertainers that could go to Paris and London and stay at some of the greatest hotels, could not stay in our great hotels here in the city of Chicago. Some of those artists and actresses, Sammy Davis Jr., Red Fox, Della Reese. Mr. Roberts created this hotel because these folks could not stay in downtown hotels. He created a space for our folks not only to be able to stay in a comfortable space, but also to come and entertain in their own community. At one point, Mr. Roberts had 35 taxis, 8 hotels, a nightclub, bowling alley, skating rink. The brother even had oil well. But in the midst of that, he put people to work. And that area around that hotel was safe and sound because people were working. And us bringing forth Charlotte Roberts is a testament to how this city needs to move forward. We know that we have issues around public safety in the city of Chicago, particularly in Black and brown neighborhoods. The reason that we have that is because folk don't have opportunities. And Charlotte Roberts knows about that. And so procurement is so important because if we put folks to work, again, if we put folks to work, they don't have to worry about gang banging, worry about selling drugs. Mr. Roberts did this years ago. Now we have his daughter here that comes out of the same stock. And so, Charlotte, we're not putting all this on you. We in this body are here to help you transform the city of Chicago through procurement. Because again, through procurement, we can create opportunities. And that is what this city needs. And so God bless you for taking on this big assignment. To the Roberts family, thank you for continuing to build on the legacy of Herman Roberts through Charla Roberts. And so, Charla, God bless you and thank you so very much.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alderman Hall.
Mr. President, today is a day that I believe we've been waiting on for a long time. And in the $16 billion economy, we know that you see things differently. And I think that today the little people finally become big. The people who never get access to this $16.1 billion economy now will get an opportunity to compete. And so we are grateful that you will give people an opportunity, not only economically, but an opportunity to be a part of this beautiful city through their work and through their dedication in their businesses, their contribution to our society. So as my colleague just mentioned, it's in your DNA to build. And so we're looking forward to seeing what you build for others as we make better the city for everyone. So I'm excited about it. I'm looking forward to working with you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor, and the chair will recognize Chairwoman Mitz again.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I make my motion, I too would like to echo my colleagues in saying welcome, Charlotte. We've had conversation, and you know, I've shared my vision about the history of what have been in procurement and where we're at. I've talked to everyone in the council, the mayor administration. We have got to change the way we are doing things. And now that we have you here, I'm excited. Hopefully we have a meeting now. We can move forward and we can get some things done. You have a great team, but the team was held hostage. So now we are free. There's nothing holding us back no more, Mr. Mayor. So we're ready to hit the ground running, and let's see what we can do about all these billions of dollars that we have here in contracts, and yet people are not able to get jobs. Yet we can't find vendors who are able to look like us to do business in our community. It is sad and it's sickening, and we got to change it. So I'm glad you have the passion, the stomach, such as myself. I like a good fight. I like to see stuff messed up and come up and fix it up. And that's what we are looking to do here. So thank you so much. Thank your family. Thank you for the history that was given by Alderman Robertson, the father, and all of his legacy. So that means I don't have to worry about you, because you're young, you got energy, and we can put the whip to the fire and make it work. So thank you so much, Charlotte. I'm looking forward to you. I see we have your team here with us that came to witness this moment. Witness this moment of another history being made of a Black woman being ready to handle the Chief Procurement Office for Contracts Oversight and Equity. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for allowing us, John, for your leadership in this role. And we look forward to getting it work. And with that, Mr. President, I move that the City Council concur in the recommendation again of the Contracts Oversight and Equity Committee by the same roll call as item number 1 of the Committee on Finance report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Well, hearing no objection, so ordered. Congratulations.
Thank you.
got one more. Madam Chair, do you have one more item? Chair recognizes Chair, there we are. You're good, Madam Chair.
Okay. Our second final item on the agenda, item number 02024-000-8352. Executive or professional service agreement with Urban Land Institute for advisory consulting service regarding land redevelopment project area, sponsored by Mayor Johnson. Mr. President, I move passage of this item by the same motion, with the exception of Alderman Dow voting no.
Very well, despite the division, and hearing no other objections, so ordered.
Mr. President, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So now we will move down to the Committee on Environmental Protection and Energy. The Chair recognizes Chair Haddon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for your Committee on Environmental Protection and Energy, which held a committee meeting on September 10th, 2024. The committee has 2 reports and recommends the passage of the following items. Item 1 is Substitute Resolution 2024-0010855, a call on U.S. Congress to expand the scope of enforcement of railroad safety standards. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider with, and it looks like we have somebody who would like to speak on this item.
Okay, was the motion all the way already made?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. The Chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Chairman, and again, good afternoon, members of the City Council. I want to personally rise and thank our Chairwoman for having this hearing, and also for discussing about having further hearings about safety of the railroads. Many of us, particularly in this column here, are impacted by several railroads that intersect all throughout the city of Chicago, but especially in West Englewood, New City, and back of the yards in Canaryville. We definitely want to have conversations with our railroad partners, not only about the safety of what they're transporting through the city of Chicago, but what they're doing to get more investment to deal with many of the aging structures all throughout the city of Chicago. Many of the crumbling walls and rails that we see that were not covered in previous federal action. And I believe it's imperative that we, as the center of the United States, as the rail hub of the United States, continue to have those conversations with the major rails that operate in the city of Chicago so that we can get those investment dollars into our neighborhoods to uplift many of the issues that we see so that our taxpayers, our Chicago taxpayers, are not forced to deal with this manner themselves. So with that, I thank the Chairwoman for her commitment to having further discussions on this, and as well, many of my colleagues who are very anxious to have those conversations as well. Thank you.
Very well. Are there any other alders that wish to speak to that item? But hearing no objection, seeing no other hands, so ordered.
Thank you. Item 2 is Substitute Ordinance O 2024-0008866, Amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 2-31, by inserting new Section 2-31-045, establishing the Chicago Shoreline Advisory Board to develop and update the Shoreline Management Plan. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, for, you have housing. Yes, so the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. For the Committee on Housing and Real Estate, the Chair recognizes Chair Sixto Lopez.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President and members of the City Council. Reporting for your Committee on Housing and Real Estate, which held an in-person regular meeting and a subject matter hearing on September 11th, 2024. The committee has a series of reports recommending passage of 12 ordinances, including land sales, a municipal code amendment, loan restructuring, and an aldermanic introduction. We start with the second item on our summary for our first ordinance pass. Item number 2 is appointment 2024-0011-021, appointment of Juliana Gonzalez Cruzy as Commissioner of the Chicago Housing Authority. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote on the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Could you repeat your motion?
The motion on the appointment for the Chicago Housing Authority Board. So I just move the passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote on the Committee on Finance and associated and successful motion to reconsider.
Very well. The chair recognizes Alderman Moore.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sometimes this go without saying, and I just want to thank both candidates. And we were in committee, and Alderman Fuentes, thank you as well. They did meet with the Central Advisory Council. That was important for me that they do that. And Central Advisory Council leadership called me, and they were in support of both of these appointments. And so therefore, since they're the elected leaders of the CHA residents, I do stand with them in support of this and move to pass on this item.
Very well, thank you. Are there any other alders that wish to speak to this item? Well, hearing no objections and seeing no other hands, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Alderman Moore. Next is another appointment in the Chicago Housing Authority Board. Item number 3 is appointment 2024-0011-022, appointment of Brian Jawanza Malone as Commissioner of the Chicago Housing Authority. Not sure if anybody has any.
No.
Otherwise, I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, seeing no hands, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 4 from the Department of Public Health is ordinance 2024-0011-043, license agreement for city and agents to access property located at the southwest of intersection of East Avenue O at South 126th Street to conduct environmental testing and or abatement described herein in the 10th Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item number 3 is an aldermanic introduction, ordinance 2024-0011-003, designation of North Milwaukee Avenue from North Windsor Avenue to North Kedzie Avenue as low affordability community in the 35th Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
That is item number 5, correct?
That is, I'm sorry, yes,
Okay.
item number 5, I'm the number 5, correct.
Very well, hearing no objections, so ordered.
The next 6 items are grouped together from the Department of Housing. And item number 6 is ordinance 2024-0011-045, financial restructuring and sale transfer of ownership, adding city vacant lots transferred regarding 8 campus parcels from previous principals of Phoenix House Development, Harlan Property Holding Interest in Wellness Center lots, multipurpose lots, Garden View lots, Sawyer Garden lots, and Alice rights, now to CHA SSAS South Kedzie Lots LLC, CHA SSA Phoenix House LLC, CHA SSA Garden View LLC, commonly known as 1251 South Sawyer Avenue, from 1214 to 1232nd South Kedzie Avenue, and 1242 to 1256 South Kedzie Avenue in the 24th Ward. Item number 7 is ordinance 2024-0011-094, restructuring of June 2016 City Home Investment Partnership Program, mortgage to extend the 2026 maturity date and secure the new senior loan for Senior Suits Chicago South Shore Limited Partnership at 2345 to 2561 East 67th Street in the 5th Ward. Item 8 is ordinance 2024-0011-084, restructuring of September 2000 Subordinate City Home Investment Partnership Program mortgage to extend 2032 maturity date and secure new senior loan for Senior Suits Chicago Hedgewich LLC at 13550 South Avenue O in the 10th Ward. Item 9 is ordinance 2024-0011-088, restructuring of the January 2002 Subordinate City Home Improvements Partnership Program, a mortgage to extend 2032 maturity date and secure new senior loan for Senior Suits in Chicago Jefferson Park LLC at 5400 Northwest Highway in the 45th Ward. Item 10 is ordinance 2024-0011-091, restructuring of November 2003 Subordinate City Home Investments Partnership Program, mortgage to extend maturity date of 2035 and secure new senior loan for Senior Suits Chicago West Humboldt Park LLC at 3656 West Huron Street in the 27th Ward. And item 11, ordinance 2024-0010-958, amendment of Municipal Code Chapter 2-44, providing loan restructuring authority to Commissioner of Housing. I move passage of these items by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. The last two items are from the Department of Planning and Development. Item 13 on the summary was held in committee. Item 12, the pass as a substitute ordinance 02024-0010-979, negotiated as is sale of vacant city-owned property regarding Chai Block Builder Platform at 6337 South Carpenter Street to Gloria Allen, 2055 North Harding Avenue to Alice Edwards, 5129 South Winchester Avenue to Deborah Lawson, 5436 South Pauline Street to Santiago Trujillo, 7026 South Aberdeen Street to Jeffrey Shillong, and 6129 South Laughlin Street to Nanette Tucker, 4401 South On-Road Street to Juan Ignacio Gonzalez, and 4428 South Wood Street to Juan Ignacio Gonzalez in the 15th, 16th, and 20th and 37th wards. Item 14 is ordinance 2024-0011-086, sale of city-owned properties in the 20th ward to adjacent neighbors under Chai Block Builder Platform. I move passage of these items by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Finally, the Committee on Housing and Real Estate held a subject matter hearing in collaboration with the Cook County Board of Review, Commissioner George Cardenas, and the Institute of Taxation and Economic Policy. Commissioner Cardenas' team gave a presentation on the circuit breaker tax proposal, and ETEM presented an analysis on other municipalities who have established similar circuit breaker programs. No votes were taken on the matter. Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For our next committee, we have License and Consumer Protection. The chair recognizes Chair Silverstein.
Thank you, President and members of City Council. I am reporting for the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. We held a meeting on September 11th, 2024 to consider 3 ordinances regarding liquor moratoriums in the 46th, 47th, and 50th wards. The committee has recommended passage of each of these items. 02024-001085 and others ending 10313 and 10981. Mr. President, I move that the City Council concur in the recommendations of the License Committee by the same roll call as item number 1 of the Committee on Finance Report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
02024-0010-865, an ordinance to amend section 244-140 of the Municipal Code of Chicago prohibiting peddling in portions of the 8th Ward. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
02024-0010-346, 10356, and 10870. 3 ordinances designating precincts in the 23rd Ward as restricted residential zone, prohibiting additional shared housing and vacation rentals. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
02024-0010-348 and 10361, 2 ordinances designating precincts of the 23rd Ward as restricted cannabis zones. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
02024-007754, a substitute ordinance to amend Titles 2 and 4 regarding lithium-ion battery safety standards for micromobility devices. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For pedestrian and traffic safety, the chair recognizes Chair LaSpada.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for your Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety, for which the meeting was held on Thursday, September 5th, 2024. Before the committee, there were 400 routine traffic items, all of which passed.
If there are no objections, I move passage of these items by the first most favorable roll call vote from the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider the vote.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For Police and Fire, the Chair recognizes Chair Taliaferro.
Mr. President and members of the City Council, reporting for your Committee on Police and Fire, for which a meeting was held September 17, 2024. There was one item before the committee for which the committee recommended a due pass. Item number 1, A 2024-9254, the appointment of Angel Ruby Navarro as Commissioner of the Community Commission for Public Safety and Accountability. If there are no objections, I move the passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call.
Relax, let them finish.
The first most favorable roll call vote in the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider, with the exception that pursuant to Rule 14, out of an abundance of care, Alderwoman Manal Hoppenworth wishes to recuse herself from the vote as the appointee is an employee in her office.
Chair recognizes Alderwoman Nugent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make sure that we had a roll call on that.
Very well, so a roll call vote has been requested for this particular item. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So alders, please use your e-vote application to record your vote at this time.
Please log into your e-vote. If you need support, please raise your hand. The voting is now open. The voting is now open. Please use your e-device and raise your hand if you need support. The voting is open. I will now call any of those who have not used their e-device for the vote. Alderman Mitchell, not present. Alderwoman Harris, not present. Alderwoman Taylor. Alderman Burnett. Alderperson Burnett. All right, not present. Alderperson Manna Hoppenworth is a recusal. All right, the voting is now closed.
Thank you very much. There are 31 yeas, 14 nays. This motion passes. Alderman Hall on the motion to reconsider. Thank you. Just make the motion to reconsider.
Yes, sir.
All right, so there's a motion made by Alderman Hall, the reconsideration of this vote. All those in favor of the reconsideration of this vote signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. This motion fails. Thank you. Chair recognizes Chair Taliaferro.
Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Very well. Thank you very much. Our next committee is on special events and cultural affairs and recreation. That's chaired by Nick Spazzato. The chair recognizes Chair Spazzato.
Thank you, Mr. President, also known as the Happy Committee. Reporting for your Committee on Special Events, Cultural Affairs, and Recreation. which held a meeting on September 4th, 2024. The committee recommends passage of the following items. A 2024-0011-020, appointment of Marlon E. Everett as Commissioner, might I add, may change that, Dr. Marlon E. Everett as Commissioner of the Chicago Park District. Is he here? No, he's not here? Okay.
Did you make the motion?
I thought he was here. I'm sorry.
He is.
He is here?
I don't believe he's here. It's okay.
I'm sorry then. I thought he was here. So I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call, a vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
SO 2024-0010-158, amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 16-18 by modifying Section 16-18-040 to adjust open space impact fee costs and schedules. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call and vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Very well. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
2024-0010-961, expenditure of open space impact fees funds for improvements at Gray Elementary School play area, 3730 North Laramie. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
2024-0010-962, expenditure of open space impact fee funds for costs related to development of Larrabee Gateway Plaza. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
And lastly, 2024-0010-963, expenditure of open space impact fee funds for improvements at Stone Elementary School Nature Play Area, 6239 North Levitt. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote on the Committee of Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Chairman. Our final two committees, Transportation and Public Way. Chair recognizes Chairman Mitchell.
Mr. President and members of the City Council, reporting for your Committee on Transportation and Public Way, which held a meeting on September 4th, 2024. The following items passed by the majority of the members present. Page 2 includes item ordinance 2024-001-0960, a mayoral ordinance introduced by the mayor's office, located in the 45th Ward. Page 3, includes an amendment of Municipal Code 10-20-155, items substitute ordinance 2024-0010-913, introduced by the local alderman from the 36th Ward. Pages 4 through 7 includes 29 ordinances for miscellaneous items introduced by the local alderman from wards 1, 2, 4, 8, 17, 19, 20, 22, 23, 25, 27, 30, 31, 32, 35, 36, 38, 40, 42, 43, and 47. Page 8 includes item ordinance 2024-0011-048, a transportation item introduced by the local alderman from the 42nd Ward. Page 9 includes the following items. Ordinance 2024-0010-604, a reef subdivision ordinance for a property located in the 25th Ward. Item ordinance 2024-0010-037, a reef subdivision ordinance for a property located in the 30th Ward. Item ordinance 2024-0010-985, a reef subdivision ordinance for a property located in the 42nd Ward. And item ordinance 2024-0010-769, a subdivision ordinance for a property located in the 50th Ward. Page 10 includes item substitute ordinance 2024-000-8282, a vacation ordinance for a property located in the 34th Ward. If there is no objection, I move passage of these items by the first most favorable roll call vote for the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Very well, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our final committee on zoning, landmarks, and building standards. Chair recognizes Vice Chair Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the City Council presenting a series of reports for the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards, which held a meeting on July 16th, 2024. The following item was passed by a majority of members present. Page 1 contains map amendment number 22489-T1 for the address commonly known as 2333 through 58 North Sealy Avenue in the 32nd Ward. I move passage of this item by the last most favorable roll call vote of the Finance Committee report and the unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing none, no objection, so ordered.
Mr. President, that includes my first report. Presenting a series report for your Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards, which held a meeting on September 17th, 2024. These reports are grouped for convenience. The following items were passed by a majority of members present. Page 1 contains document number O-2024-001001, a text amendment of the Municipal Code Titles 5 and 17 by adding new chapter entitled 5-11, Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Block 606 District Pilot Program, and by modifying section 7-7-0590, redefining boundaries of 606 district. I'm not sure if some of my colleagues want to speak on that, and then I'll make a motion.
You can make the motion, though there is one that I know has.
After a comment, I move passage by the last most favorable roll call vote of the Finance Committee and an associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Chair recognizes Alderman Conway.
Yeah, first off, we'd just like to recognize Vice Chair Lawson and his service as serving as acting chair, which will come to an end.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Nelson, I certainly don't mean to put this next. I think we should recognize the presence of Reverend Jackson here as well. Always great to have you with us. You know, we have a housing shortage in this city. I don't need to tell that to any of you. And to alleviate that, we need to cut red tape and we need to incentivize development here. And this ordinance does the opposite on both counts in several places. Even just looking at the right of first refusal in section 511-060, it would add 90 days to a closing for a building with 4 or less units, and it would add 210 days or more for a building of 5 or more units. Now, buyers or investors or developers are going to be less likely to want to deal with that in this area, which will restrict investment and the building of new housing. Now, this isn't in my ward. I acknowledge that. It probably indirectly helps my ward, if anything. But if we as a city want to be cutting red tape and encouraging investment in our neighborhoods, we should not be constricting the supply of housing. And I believe this will have the opposite effect of what we're trying to do in terms of affordability of housing. Now, and I hope that we can all recognize that we can't talk about disinvestment in our neighborhoods if we are literally disincentivizing investment in our neighborhoods. So I have no motion at this time, but I can't help but speak up on what I think is terrible economic policy. I see this as listed as a pilot program. I think that's more for the with regard to the section I talked about, for the geography as opposed to the time. But I hope as time goes on, if some of what I said turns out to be true, I hope we'll reconsider it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, and Mr.
Chair recognizes Alder LaSpada.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We come at this ordinance, those of us who are co-sponsors, from the lived experience of the previous pilot. because maintaining and developing housing stock is incredibly important. It's important to our communities. It's important for affordability. So imagine living in a neighborhood where you walked down the street and saw 2 and 3 flats being demolished on a daily basis, seeing them completely gutted out for 4,000 square foot family homes. I do not take that away from any single individual of my neighbors, but in the aggregate, the impact was a dramatic loss of housing in our communities, which we continue to see. The powerful thing about this work is that it actually does encourage more housing. It preserves housing, and it also influences the quality of new zoning cases that we're seeing. When people know, for instance, that demolition is off the table or discouraged, they find ways to add to those buildings, add to the stock. We've seen this in myriad zoning cases in the First Ward alone over the past 5 years, which is why I feel not only comfortable, but enthusiastic about what we're putting forward in this pilot. But talk about cutting red tape, let's talk about that. One of the hardest red tapes in the city of Chicago is to build more than just a single family home. In this pilot area, you will now be able to build a 2-flat by right on any RS-3 zoned lot. We are opening up incredible development potential across this entire geography in ways that I think are actually going to be received enthusiastically by the development community. And that may be why in this ordinance, we've threaded the needle with endorsing organizations who are both pro-preservation and pro-development. To have Logan Square Preservation and urban environmentalists both endorsing the same ordinance tells me that we are doing something very special here. And it's why I'm very encouraged and excited to see how this work plays out on the Northwest side. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. The chair recognizes Alder Ramirez Rosa.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. You know, I wasn't planning to stand up and speak on this item today because like so much of the business that the zoning committee takes up, we defer to one another. We work with one another to figure out what are the best land use and zoning policies that we believe should be implemented in the best interests of our neighborhoods. And in this instance, a group of aldermen representing portions of the Northwest Side in Logan Square, Avondale, Hermosa, Westtown, and Humboldt Park came together with our community to craft this policy because we've been doing the research, we've been doing our homework, and we know that action must be taken to preserve the housing affordability in our communities, to preserve the character of our communities, and to preserve the diversity of our neighborhoods. Last term, we came together with Alderman Roberto Maldonado, Alderman Daniel Espada, and others to pass the 606 demolition surcharge and preponderance of block ordinances. And what these ordinances did is they worked to protect the naturally occurring affordable housing. So that's housing that isn't receiving government subsidy. That's housing that isn't rent restricted by law, but it's housing that's naturally affordable to the families that call our neighborhoods home. That's the vast majority of housing affordability that exists in the city of Chicago. And if you look at working class and middle class families, where we live is in the 2 flats, 3 flats, and 4 flats in our neighborhoods. It's true of Garfield Park, it's true of Logan Square, Avondale, Humboldt Park, Hermosa, and of course, Logan Square. And so when the 606 trail was built, which is a beautiful, wonderful amenity, what we saw was that people were purchasing these 2 flats, 3 flats, and 4 flats, and they were tearing them down, or they were turning them into luxury single-family homes. And we lost that density that is so critical for affordability. We lost that density that provides the students that our schools need, that provides the customers that our businesses need, and our communities began to suffer as a result. So we worked with the Department of Housing, we worked collectively with all of you who served last term alongside us, and we passed the ordinance around the 606 trail. And then we collected data for years. And the memo that was issued by the Department of Housing found that these policies are working, that they're helping to preserve that density in our communities, that they're helping to preserve that middle housing. What's middle housing? Middle housing is the vast majority of housing that families in our city live in. Of course, there's single-family homes. Of course, there's skyscrapers in the 34th Ward and in the 42nd Ward and in the South Loop. But in the neighborhoods, the vast majority of people live in middle housing. It's your multi-unit condo building. It's your courtyard building. It's your 2-flat, 3-flat, and 4-flat. So we want to promote that middle housing. And so that's why this ordinance, in addition to preserving the middle housing that our communities already have, it also makes it easier to build that middle housing through legalizing 2-flats by right in the neighborhoods that are covered by this ordinance. So this ordinance has the support of a powerful coalition, a broad coalition, a diverse coalition. Elevated Chicago, which worked on the Connected Communities Ordinance, which we as a body supported, endorses this ordinance. Urban Environmentalists, which has come to so many meetings to advocate for more liberal zoning policies to allow people to build more dense housing in neighborhoods, supports this ordinance. Palenque Logan Square Neighborhood Association supports this ordinance. The Chamber of Commerce supports this ordinance. We actually sat down and spoke with realtors who have real experience selling properties in our community to talk about what this would do to the market. And they support it. They got on board. Landlords in our community got on board with this ordinance. So we've done the work to make sure that we craft a policy that's in the best interests of our neighborhoods. And I certainly hope that we can count on your support the same way that we would count on your support, the same way that you could count on our support to implement your preferred zoning and land use policies for your wards. Thank you so much.
Chair recognizes Alder Fuentes.
Thank you, Mr. President. As alders, we are elected to represent the needs of our constituents. I represent Humboldt Park, Logan Square, Hermosa, and Belmont Cragen. You wanna know the #1 concern that I get every day in my office? I can't afford to live here anymore. I just got my tax assessment, I'm done. I have to sell because I've been priced out. When you deconvert 3 flats, 2 flats, or 4 flats across our wards, and you turn them into mini mansions and you sell them for $2 to $3 million a piece, it displaces families that have lived in those communities for decades. I grew up in a 3-flat graystone on Kedzie between Beach and Hirsch. That same building today, across the street from one of the largest parks in our city, is being sold for $3 million. $3 million. Every family on that block is going to be displaced if we don't begin to regulate what happens in our community areas. This legislation is not a citywide ordinance. It is local, hyper-focused on the wards represented by the alderpeople that signed on and sponsored this ordinance. We're asking this body to trust the people that were elected to represent those wards to do what's best for the people that put them in office. And I need to go back to the 26th Ward and let residents know that I fought for them. That when they couldn't pay rent, I looked at data and policy to resolve the problem. And that this is just one tool in a large box to resolve what many Chicagoans are facing in our city. Being priced out of the city that they love so much. People don't deserve to open a tax bill and wonder if they're gonna be able to pay it. People shouldn't look at a renewed lease and see a $600 hike because that landlord has to bear responsibility for that tax hike. We have to be able to pass smart, strategic, and data-sound policy. That's exactly what the Northwest Side Preservation Ordinance is. This is about putting families first, about preserving naturally affordable housing. And it has support of over 50 organizations that have been doing the work in our community for decades. And so I want to make sure that folks understand this was a process. We spoke to attorneys, we spoke to organizations, we spoke to banks that hand out loans to purchase. This is the most sound thing that we can do locally for the families that have been displaced and for the families that are on the verge of displacement. And so respectfully, I ask Alderman Conway to support an ordinance that we are doing because we know what's best for our residents in our wards. Thank you, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes Alder Sixto Lopez.
Thank you, Chairman, and I was also prepared or wasn't planning to speak, but I do think it's important to to recognize, and I'm glad Reverend Jackson is here. I'm very glad to see civil rights leaders to continue to fight for housing justice. Ironically, I was prepared to celebrate the naming of 201A as Mayor Washington's room. Thank you, Alderman Taliaferro, because I do think it's important to know the history here. When we come to protecting our communities, I do think that it's important to recognize the diversity and the differences that we have, and recognizing the beauty that is. I had the opportunity to represent the West Loop, South Loop, Chinatown, as much as I now have the honor to represent communities like Pilsen and Little Village. We do have differences, and I think that when we talk about the differences in our community, we also recognize, as Alderman Quinn had mentioned, the importance of the small homeowners, the importance of making sure that we know that we have 3 flats and 2 flats, and many people who live in single-family homes. Not everybody lives on condos and luxury units. I understand that there's some areas where aldermen want to incentivize development, and you do have every right to incentivize development if you may. There is a due process. Now, when it comes to lecturing other alderpersons in their community, I do take an issue when we are commenting late on matters that have been being worked for years. The demolition fees, for instance, that we had to implement in Pilsen were recognized by the Department of Planning as a significant issue that we have to deal with, because we have hedge fund managers that continue, and big developers that continue to buy blocks, entire blocks of single-family homes. That's why we need protections, and that's why we have collaborated with many aldermen, so that we can protect and have proper protocols to help those small homeowners in need. I tell you, if anything about the housing shortages that I will say have been caused by these speculators that continue to speculate on land. Just yesterday in zoning, I had the unfortunate, I was the unfortunate recipient of some people who wanted to tell our community what's best for us. We deferred the item so that we have more time. But this intrusion on aldermanic matters that have been discussing for years had to do a lot more with those who are causing the housing shortages. Hedge fund managers that have empty buildings, 80,000 units vacant across the city, and no other than hedge fund managers, some actually having the audacity to speak in the council, have represented and continue to represent. So when we talk about the housing shortages that we have 80,000 units that are vacant. How immoral that is when we have 69,000 people unhoused. That is a problem. I also will say that small homeowners in our community who we have protected by helping address the issue of demolition fees are going to benefit by these policies, anti-deconversion ordinances that are welcome in our community and many other neighborhoods. What I will say, it is important to help those small homeowners that are being burdened by property taxes that are paid by the small homeowner, while big developers, including hedge funds like Blackstone, have received juicy decreases in property taxes. A company that makes $18 million a year in profit had a decrease of 80% in the property taxes while we are paying those taxes. So I'll take an issue when we talk about the housing injustices, when we talk about hedge fund managers, developers trying to go their own bidding. So when we talk about collaboration, let's make sure that it's clear. We had a subject matter hearing to discuss property taxes and the issues with small homeowners. We have talked about how we can protect the loss of density. We have talked about how we can develop with the proper protocols and with the communities always at hand. I do not have any intention of hearing hedge fund managers or developers crying that they're not making that much money. I am here to represent the small homeowners, the people in the city of Chicago that can barely make ends meet. So I take issue, and I urge our colleagues to work with our committee so that we develop solutions that go beyond incentivizing and disincentivizing, but actually representing the best interests of the public, the city of Chicago, the small owners and tenants that are barely making ends meet. So thank you so much, and I hope that my colleagues welcome a collaborative effort in zoning that was passed for many, many years to come so that we can protect communities like mine, Pilsen, that have been victim of all sorts of atrocities, including corruption. Thank you very much.
The chair recognizes Alderman Spazzato.
Sorry, Mr. President, I'm trying to recover from, I almost got knocked out from hypocrisy in this room, so let me bring you all back down memory lane. I know a lot of you weren't here, okay? First of all, I do support whatever you guys want to do. It's your ward, your business. You guys do what you want. But the hypocrisy here is just out of control. I'm bringing you back down memory lane. I know many of you weren't here, so it doesn't apply to you. But many of you were here, and that's December 15th, 2021. After, I don't know, Anthony, 2 or 3 years of fighting against development in his ward, we had 8,500 apartments, all reasonably priced. Then the range was maybe $1,500 to $1,700. A development that some rich developers want to put in there, a 300-unit development with $3,000 rent for apartments for so-called airport workers that are going to spend $3,000 a month for rent 3 years ago, when the place is loaded with apartments, 8,500 of them, 8% vacancy over there. But yet, 33 members of this council found it in themselves not to honor aldermanic prerogative, to ram something down his throat that he didn't want. Some of your hypocrisy in this room is unbelievable. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Once again, I support what you guys want to do in your community, but your hypocrisy, the hypocrisy in here about housing is out of control, and I just had to bring you all back down that memory lane. And I just want to say one thing about those poor families. Yeah, okay, maybe people can't live there, but how about Mary and John Smith that bought there and went through all the hard times and everything, and now that $50,000 building they bought is now worth $2 million. What, they just get screwed? Is that the way it works? Hey, your community, you do what you want, but remember what you did on December 15th, 2021, all you that were here. We could look it up and tell you who you were, but I'm sure you know who you were that voted against him. And just so you know, that building was 1 mile away from my ward and my house. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Man, I thought it was 2 o'clock already. Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Good afternoon.
And members of the City Council. There's a very sanctimonious double standard on display here right now. And I will be the first to say that I do support what my colleagues want to do in their ward. But if you were to change the wording, I swear our arguments for gunshot technology were used for this. We know what's best for our residents. We are people working for housing and knowing what the local aldermen want. This intrusion on aldermanic matters, on things discussed for years. We have talked with the experts in the community and with experts and with our community. We need to do what's in the best interest of the city of Chicago. We need to protect our communities like mine. I thought this was the 2 o'clock meeting for a minute. Because it's incredible that everybody who wants their aldermanic right protected, understood, and accepted has the audacity to tell the 34 of us that what we want in our wards doesn't matter because the minority knows better than we do. How is that possible that we could have such a raging double standard in this room on full display in the same meeting? Do for me, but not for thee. That's what we're talking about here today. How can anybody look any of us in the eye and say that is not what we're doing today? You somehow know better than what we, the 34 and indeed 36, Mr. President, that support a continuation of something in our communities that the 16 know better than we do. But yet, that same 16, several of them want their communities respected, their choice respected, their decision-making process respected, their lived experience respected. But to hell with all of you. That is not how this works, ladies and gentlemen. We have seen, as my colleague said previously, where an alderman's prerogative was ignored for the greater good of housing. We've had this discussion. And even though we saw how it turned out, that alderman has still always respected other people's prerogative. But this conversation about doing what's in the best interest of the city of Chicago, using arguments that you would gladly ignore from other people, save it. Because that does not work for the common sense members of this body who hear and see exactly what you're doing, the duplicitous nature of what you're saying, and as my colleague said, the hypocrisy of it all. I hope everyone that just said that they think that you should listen to what the local alderman says votes in favor in the next few items of what the rest of us want for our wards. I hope that everybody who just said we are the local subject matter experts stands up for the local subject matter experts when it comes to the gunshot technology in our wards, for the lives that are being lost and saved. I hope that you remember your words in the next hour, because you'll have to explain to everyone watching, everyone listening, and everyone seeing how you could talk out of both ends simultaneously. Because I would love to see that explanation. I do support what you're going to do. And I challenge you to remember that fact and do the same when we have our turn next. Thank you, Mr. President.
The chair recognizes Alderman Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the Northwest Side Alderman, I respect what you're doing. I do, and I'm going to support it. I also trust that you'll support my endeavor of keeping ADUs out of the 13th Ward. I think that's fair. Neighborhood integrity is a big deal, and I hear that loud and clear, and it's been said by all the alders here. But in the 13th Ward, for the last 7 years, I've worked with my residents to keep Airbnbs out. I'm the only ward in this entire city that doesn't have Airbnbs by precinct. Over 10,000 residents have signed that petition. So I hope that in the future, my residents aren't going to get ADUs jammed down our throat. So I trust that this conversation will move forward, like I'm going to move forward with you all today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Are there any other alders that wish you welcome? The chair recognizes Alderman Napolitano.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll try to make this quick because my blood is just boiling, and I hope you guys can respect it. But December 15th, 2021, I sat back there when we were all separated from each other, and I told you that this day was going to come. That was my exact line to you is, it's me today, but it's going to be you tomorrow. And a lot of you lied through your teeth to the paper, to city council, and to the city of what was happening on the Northwest Side. You lied because you wanted to push something through. You dropped 279
Use
apartments.
they so that you can direct your comments to me, sir.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Mr. President. You had pointed out 279 apartments that you wanted to build in the 41st Ward, feet, not miles, feet away from 8,500 apartments that already existed, that weren't all rented out. And to correct my colleague, they were being rented out for $850 to $1,100 for these apartments. Apartments owned by residents of my ward that lived there, that invested in that neighborhood. And you came in here, or we came in here, I can't say you because you weren't here, Mr. President, but this body came in here and jammed it down my throat and said, nope, we don't care about the Northwest Side. We don't care what you want as an alderman. This is what we're going to do. And I said, today is me, tomorrow is going to be you. And that's exactly what happened. And since that day, I've supported all of you when it came to this exact issue that you had in your wards. So much so that we pointed it out that, hey, you got me, but I'm going to support you. And I'll support you again today with it. Because that's the way it's supposed to be, because I'm supposed to advocate for my neighborhood, the best way that I know how, like I know that that's what you're doing. So sometimes you got to look past certain lines. Sometimes you got to look at where the better good is for our whole city and for our wards, and don't follow an agenda all the time, and follow what your colleagues are all down here to do the same exact thing for their neighborhoods. Mr. President, I'm sorry I didn't address it to you, but you weren't here, so I can't put that on you.
No, it's okay, but that's the decorum. So just make sure you're directing it at me. You're good. You're fine.
And to be honest, I'll finish this. I'm not mad at you guys for this. God bless you did something like this. I'm mad at what happened then. Let's not let it happen again. Give us the strength to protect our neighborhoods however we feel best and have the conversation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this, Mr. President.
You are welcome. The chair recognizes Alderman Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I was not going to speak up on this particular item. But like my colleagues, as I'm sitting there listening to the argument, like Alderman Lopez says, it's the same exact argument that we're having on the other side. I reached out to some of my colleagues this morning and I said, we don't always agree. I don't agree with what you want to do in your ward. You may not agree what I want to do in my ward. But in this body, sometimes you just have to give and take and work with aldermen who know best in their ward. That's what makes this body great. Because we can agree to disagree for the betterment of our wards and the city of Chicago. So to say we're not gonna give y'all what y'all want to save lives, but you want us to give you what you want to keep your property values down. Now, I'm with you. I got y'all. You got my vote. Because that's what you want to do in your ward. But help me save lives in mine. Help me save people who need help immediately, because 80% of the people in this city are not calling 911. That's what this thing is all about. So if you all want to be great, you want to make this city a wonderful place, swallow your pride and vote to do the right thing for what we want in our ward, just like you all want us to vote what you want in your ward. So I'm here today to let you know you got my support. Give me yours. Thank you, Mr. President.
Are there any other alders that wish to speak to this item? Seeing no other hands, the chair recognizes Vice Chair Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. President. In closing on this, I raised some concerns on this ordinance as well, not from an aldermanic prerogative standpoint, but from a pro-growth standpoint, because I'm concerned that the preservation means that it's far more attractive to develop somewhere else than the Northwest Side. I don't know that I got all the data that I was looking for, and I didn't really mention it yesterday, but I'd like to revise my motion to have a roll call vote. Thank you.
Okay, so there is a motion on the floor for a roll call vote for this item. Madam Clerk, please use your e-vote application to record your vote.
Voting is now open. The voting is open. Please mark your vote on your device. If you are having difficulty, please raise your hand. Okay, I will now call on those who have not yet cast their vote. Alderwoman Lee, Alderwoman Lee is a yes. Alderwoman Taylor. Alderman Mosley. Alderman Burnett. Alderman Spossato. Alderman Spossato is a yes. Alderman Napolitano. Alderman Napolitano is a yes. Everyone in chambers has voted. And the voting is now closed.
There are 44 yeas, 13 nays, 44 yeas, 3 nays. This motion passes. Alderman Mitchell on a motion to reconsider. There's a motion to reconsider this vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
This motion fails. Chair recognizes Vice Chair Lawson.
Page 1 also contains document number O-2024-0010904, historical landmark designation for the Ramova Theater Building at 3508 through 3518 South Halsted Street. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Page 1 also contains 3 fee waivers of historical landmarks in the 34th, 4th, and 3rd wards. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Moving to pages 1 through 15 contain various map amendments in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 6th, 9th, 11th, 12th, 14th, 19th, 20th, 22nd, 26th, 25th, 27th, 28th, 30th, 33rd, 34th, 37th, 38th, 39th, 40th, 44th, 45th, 46th, 48th, and 49th wards. I move passage of those items by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Lastly, page 15 contains various large signs over 100 square feet in area, 24 feet above grade, in the 3rd, 12th, 22nd, 23rd, 25th, 27th, 32nd, 35th, 41st, 42nd, 47th, and 48th wards. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And again, Mr. Vice Chair, thank you for doing an exceptional job over the course of these last several months, maintaining and keeping order. And before we move on to the agreed upon calendar, I would like to give of our very special guest a very proper recognition. Today, joining us in the chamber a month ahead of his next birthday coming up in October, which we're all going to celebrate and shut down the entire city of Chicago on your behalf. Thank you for taking time to come and visit us today, but I also would like to recognize your incredible contribution to history. You know, this convention, there was a lot to be said about those who worked hard to ensure that this convention would be safe and vibrant. But what has not been lost is that we know that that convention was yours, and that those who benefit from the historic moment that occurred just a few weeks ago, that there would be no Vice President Kamala Harris, there would be no President Barack Obama, there would be no Mayor Harold Washington, there would be no Mayor Brandon Johnson, there would be no justice the way we are experiencing it in this city, in this country, in this globe, without the Reverend Jesse Jackson Sr. Here's to you, sir. Thank you very much. And I see we have another member of the Black Caucus who has arrived today. Alderwoman Shirley Coleman is here. Can you all give her a round of applause? For the agreed upon calendar, the chair recognizes Alderwoman Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've received from the city clerk, Anna M. Valencia, a total of 135 items proposed for the agreed upon calendar, consisting of congratulatory, commemorative, and tributary resolutions, and from the following alderpersons: Alderperson Hopkins, Alderperson Hall, Alderperson Harris, Alderperson Lee, Alderperson Quinn, Alderperson Lopez, Alderperson Coleman, Alderperson O'Shea, Alderperson Rodriguez, Alderperson Tabarez, Alderperson Fuentes, Alderperson Wagasback, Alderperson Conway, Alderperson Ramirez Rosa, Alderperson Sposato, Alderperson Nugent, Alderperson Riley, Alderperson Lawson, Alderperson Gardner, and Alderperson Manna Hoppenworth. And I move these in the omnibus.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. For new business, the clerk will call the wards, beginning with the first ward.
Zoning reclassification, zoning amendments which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Traffic regulations, traffic control signals, and traffic signs which are referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. An exemption from physical barrier requirements for commercial driveway alley access for parking facilities which are referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Laspada has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Laspada also has proposed orders for a transfer of funds within the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety for the year 2024, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderman Laspada also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 2-45, by adding a new Section 2-45-150, establishing online database to track MBE and WBE utilization compliance, which is referred to the Committee on Contracting Oversight. Alderman Hopkins has a proposed ordinance for designation of 1565 North Clybourne Avenue as a low affordability community, which is referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Alderman Dowell has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 9-48-045, restricting operation of pedicabs in area bounded by West Roosevelt Road, South Indiana Avenue, East 21st Street, and South Columbus Boulevard, or South Columbus Drive, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Dowell also has proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 339 East 47th Street, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Robinson has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Harris has proposed ordinance for non-area street designation as Joyce Chapman Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Chico has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-023, to disallow additional package goods licenses on portions of South Ewing Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Lee has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 330 West 26th Street, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Ramirez has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-023, to allow additional package goods licenses on portion of South Archer Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Quinn and others have proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 14B-15, by adding a new Section 14B-15-1516 regarding low-slope roof edges, and Chapter 14R-3 by adding new Section 14R-3-306 regarding roof replacements and skylights, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Lopez has a proposed ordinance for parking meters, for installation of for removal of parking meters on South Mozart Avenue and West 55th Street, and installation of parking meters on South California Avenue and West 55th Street, which is referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Alderperson Lopez and others have a proposed ordinance for an amendment of the annual appropriation ordinance for the year 2024, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson Lopez and others also have a proposed resolution expressing support for the victims of slavery, which is referred to the Committee on Health and Human Relations. Alderperson Coleman has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Sections 4-60-022 and 4-60-023, to disallow additional alcoholic liquor and package goods licenses on portion of South Halsted Street, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Coleman also has proposed ordinance for non-area street designation as Annie Mae Patterson Lane, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Mosley has proposed ordinance for a transfer of funds within the 21st Ward Wage Allowance Aldermanic Expense Account for the year 2024, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson Rodriguez has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 3750 West 26th Street, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Rodriguez has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 4-236, by modifying various sections regarding parking lots and garage operation taxes, which is referred to the Committee on Finance. Alderperson Tabares has a proposed ordinance for designation of the 10th precinct of the 23rd Ward as a restricted residential zone prohibiting additional shared housing units and vacation rentals, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Tabares also has a proposed ordinance for designation of the 10th precinct of the 23rd Ward as a restricted cannabis zone, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection, and a proposed ordinance for designation of the 4th Precinct of the 23rd Ward as a restricted cannabis zone, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Cicho Lopez has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Cicho Lopez also has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Petra Ma Venenuva Gatian Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Fuentes has a proposed ordinance for a transfer of funds within the 26th Ward Aldermanic Expense Account for the year 2024, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson Burnett has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 800 North Kedzie Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Burnett also has a proposed ordinance for vacation of portion of West Superior Street in the block bounded by West Chicago Avenue, North Willard Court, West Huron Street, and North Racine Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Burnett also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 17-6-0400, prohibiting eating and drinking establishments in Planned Manufacturing District 2 from being larger than 800 square feet unless otherwise approved for up to 12,000 square feet, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Burnett also has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Irvin has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 3940 West Madison Street, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Irvin also has proposed orders for a transfer of funds within the 49th and 15th Ward Wage Allowance Aldermanic Expense Accounts for the year 2024, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson Telefiero has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 5500 West Madison Street, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Telefiero also has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Honorary Willie Furba Jr. Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Cruz has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Leticia Letty Cortez Ramos Lane, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Cruz also has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Dwight H. Perkins Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Cardona has a proposed ordinance for a transfer of funds within the 31st Ward Aldermanic Expense Account for the year 2024, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson Wagasback has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 2934 North Ashland Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Rodriguez Sanchez has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 9-64-170, allowing commercial pickup trucks or vans weighing less than 8,000 pounds to park on both sides of the 4200 block of North Monticello Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Alderperson Rodriguez Sanchez also has a proposed resolution to call for hearings on the impact of algorithm price fixing for housing availability and affordability, which is referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Alderperson Conway has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-023, to allow additional package goods licenses on portion of West Kinsey Street and North Des Plaines Street, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Conway also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-022, to allow additional alcoholic liquor licenses on portion of West Kinsey Street and North Des Plaines Street, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderpersons Villegas and Hopkins have proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 4-227, by modifying various sections and adding a new section 4-227-075 and 4-227-150 regarding vehicular towing fees, penalties, obligations, and authority, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Villegas also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-280-130, requiring that franchise fees collected be deposited into the city's corporate fund, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson Villegas and others have proposed ordinance for the Superintendent of Police is directed to designate certain areas of the city of Chicago as public places for enforcement of gang and narcotics-related loitering prohibitions, which is referred to the Committee on Police and Fire. Two committees have been called, the Committee on Police and Fire and the Committee on Health and Human Relations. The matter is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderperson Nusian has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-023, to allow additional package good licenses on portion of North Pulaski Road, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Vasquez has a proposed resolution to call for hearings on barriers of housing faced by immigrants, migrants, and refugee communities in the city of Chicago, which is referred to the Committee on Immigrant and Refugee Rights. Alderperson Napolitano has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Napolitano also has proposed Alderman Riley has proposed orders for amendment of municipal code, sections 10-36-185 and 9-64-120, prohibiting parking of non-authorized vehicles on any Chicago Park District property, which is referred to the Committee on Special Events, Cultural Affairs, and Recreation. Alderperson Riley also has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 77 West Huron Street, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. And a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, section 17-4-0207, requiring permits for indoor urban farm operations in DC and DX zoning districts, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Riley also has proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, section 4-60-023, to disallow additional package goods licenses on portion of North State Street and West Huron Street, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Riley also has proposed orders for amendment of municipal code, section 4-60-023, to allow additional package goods licenses on portion of West Ohio Street and North State Street, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Knutson has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Drew Price Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Knutson also has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Lawson has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Rich Pfeiffer Parade Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Lawson also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, section 4-160-100, extending a repeal date of Wrigley Plaza Ordinance to February 1, 2028, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Gardner has a proposed ordinance for designation of 3955 North Kilpatrick Avenue and 3865 North Milwaukee Avenue as a low affordability community, which is referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Alderperson Martin has a proposed ordinance for transfer of funds within the 47th Ward Wage Allowance Aldermanic Expense Account for the year 2024, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson Martin also has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 4450 North Clark Street, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Martin also has a proposed resolution to call on the Illinois General Assembly to enact legislation establishing pilot geothermal energy projects, which is referred to the Committee on Energy and Environmental Protection. Alderperson Martin also has proposed orders for a transfer of funds within the Committee on Ethics and Government Oversight, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderman Manaha Hoppenworth has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Alderperson Mary Ann Smith Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Manaha Hoppenworth also has a proposed ordinance for a transfer of funds within the 48th Ward Wage Allowance Aldermanic Expense Account for the year 2024, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson Haddon and Alderperson Villegas have proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, Title V, by adding a new Chapter 5-25 entitled Accountable Housing and Anti-Discrimination Wait List Act, which is referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Alderperson Silverstein has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 7130 Northwestern Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Your Honor, that concludes the presentation of aldermanic introductions.
Mr. Clerk, for the approval of the journal, Alderman Mitchell.
Mr. President, I am not aware of any corrections to the journal from the July 17, 2024 meeting and move that it be approved.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. For unfinished business, Alderman Mitchell.
Mr. President, I'm aware of one piece of unfinished business. It was filed by Alderman Martin, and I defer to him.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes Alderman Martin.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I filed a Rule 41 notice with the clerk of my intent to call for a vote on substitute ordinance 2024-0009664 regarding amendment of Municipal Code Section 2-156-445, prohibiting lobbyists from making direct or in-kind contributions to mayoral, political committees, mayor, which was deferred and published on June 12, 2024. I first moved to substitute this ordinance with a version that includes the same content as the underlying ordinance and adds content from a second ordinance, 02024-001061, to amend Municipal Code Chapter 2-156 by modifying section 2-156-160 concerning financial disclosure requirements for city officials, candidates, and employees involving entities which perform business with City of Chicago in previous calendar year. I move that this amended substitute ordinance be accepted.
There is a motion, thank you. There is a motion to accept an amended substitute ordinance that includes all of the content from the substitute ordinance that was deferred and published on June 12th, as well as the content of 02024-0010161. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. This motion passes. Alderman Martin.
I move for passage of the amended substitute ordinance by voice vote.
All right, are there any alders wish to speak to this? All right, seeing no hands, there's a motion to approve this ordinance by voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say no. This motion passes. On the motion to reconsider, Alderman Mitchell.
Reconsider the vote.
All those in favor to reconsider this vote signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. This motion fails. Alderman Mitchell.
Mr. President, I am not aware of any further pieces of unfinished business.
Very well, thank you very much. For miscellaneous business, Alderman Mitchell.
All right, there are 3 Rule 41 notices filed by Alderman Moore, Alderman LaSpada, and Alderman Gutierrez, asking to discharge the Committee on Committees and Rules and the Committee on Police and Fire for consideration of various ordinances. For the items noticed by Alderman LaSpada and Alderman Gutierrez, the relevant committees have met and considered the notice items and have reported on them today. Therefore, only one notice filed by Alderman Moore must be heard today. Alderman Moore filed a Rule 41 notice of an intent to discharge on September 10th, 2024, and I defer to him for details.
Very well, thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Moore.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. At the Rules Committee meeting on 9/16/2024, item number 02024-0011-032 was laid on the table. And notably, the applicable section of Rule 41 only speaks to when a referral matter shall not have been reported by the City Council by the committee to which referred, with regard to how or why it was not reported back. As such, the timely Rule 41 notice still apply, and since the Rule 41 notice indicates the intention to call for a vote on this ordinance. It also complies with the 48-hour posting requirement of the Open Meetings Act as we move forward with this. So I move that this item be discharged from further consideration in accordance with my timely filed Rule 41 notice.
Very well, Alderman Moore has made a motion to discharge the Rules Committee from further consideration of 02024 00-0011032. This is for a roll call vote.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay, the chair recognizes Alderman Bill.
I move we pass by the most favorable item on finance in the same unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
All right, there's a roll call vote. Very well. Please use your e-vote. Thank you both. Please use your e-vote application to record your vote at this time. Yep. Remember, this is just a vote to discharge it. This is not an actual vote on the item. This is a vote to discharge it from rules.
It's coming. It's coming. We were just making sure we put up the right vote. Okay. The voting is now open. Oh,
Just a second, before you open it, was there a question? The chair recognizes
Just
Alderman
looking for a
Pizzato.
clarification on this vote, if that's okay?
Yes, so
Thank you,
again,
Mr.
this is a motion to have this item discharged,
This,
which places it before the council for
so that
consideration.
aldermen could express what they want to do in their communities, correct?
At some point, alders will be able to express their thoughts towards the item,
Thank you, Mr. President.
whatever those thoughts are.
Okay, right,
As
thank
long
you.
as those thoughts are directed towards me.
Yes, thank you.
voting is open. Please mark your vote. Okay, I will now call on those who have not yet cast their vote. Alderperson Robinson? Not present. Alderwoman Taylor? Not present. Alderman Mosley? Not present. Alderperson Sigcho Lopez? Alderperson Sigcho Lopez is a nay. Alderman Burnett? Not present. Voting is now closed.
9 nays. This item has been discharged. Now, does anyone wish to speak to this item? Very well. So before we actually speak, my apologies, before we speak to the item, the chair recognizes Alderman Moore of your.
I'll go last, Mr. President, if you don't mind, and other people can speak to it if need be.
All right, very well. So the debate is now officially open. Alderman Moore wishes to go last, to speak last. The chair recognizes all, I understand.
I move for the adoption of this ordinance by roll call vote, but if anyone wants to speak on the matter, they can.
Very well. We would have accepted that motion eventually, but thank you. Does anyone wish to speak to this item? In the meantime, we know that Alderman Moore wishes to be recorded as the final voice on this item. Chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. If we could just rewind what I said from 20 minutes ago, that would be wonderful. But I will reiterate what my colleagues said. We know what's best for our residents. People working know, people working with local aldermen know what the community wants. This is an intrusion on aldermanic matters that have been discussed for years. We have talked with the experts. We have talked with community. This is for the best interests of the city of Chicago, because we want to protect communities like mine. Mr. President, as you are undoubtedly aware, this technology is for some reason a hot political issue. A technology that alerts us when shootings happen in our communities, that brings first responders to a situation when oftentimes 911 calls aren't made, where 1,976 individuals have been saved by this technology since the beginning of 2023, 14 months of your tenure. We have seen lives saved. 53 million has been spent, along with SDSCs and other things that we know in our districts that have this technology to help us strategize with the subject matter experts on the gun violence plaguing our streets, the police, our commanders, our superintendents. All of them know the value of this technology. We, those of us who have this technology, know the value of this technology. We have seen firsthand what is possible, and we know what is going to happen when it is gone. Now, I understand that it's always prudent to look for what's our best options out there. And I think it's great. Mr. President, if you want to put this out to bid, this technology again, to make sure that we're getting the best deal, to make sure that we're using the most up-to-date technology, and we should be having those conversations. But to go dark in 4 days, to leave our communities in a lurch, to tell families that we were not willing to pay to keep their loved ones safe, that their lives didn't matter enough for us to continue, especially when our service provider has dropped the price of this product 48%, so that we can keep this in existence until the end of 2025. That deal has been presented to all of you in this room, so you can see that I'm not just speaking out of turn. Our service provider has given the administration a letter of intent that if we were to continue with gunshot technology today, they will not go dark in 4 days. They will offer us a price that is cheaper for the same service, just so that we can power down, so to speak, in a way that does not threaten people's lives, that does not put people in harm's way. That is responsible leadership, Mr. President. That is what is in the best interest of the city of Chicago. Right now, there's fear in the communities. I hear folks talk black and brown all the time. Well, African American and Latino communities are very concerned that we are playing a game of chicken with their lives right now. That we are using them as pawns to make a political point, to maintain a political message, to live up to a political promise that is unobtainable. And they are not wrong. They see through this subterfuge of what this is all about. 36 of us in here know and want to act and have offered to work with the administration to keep this going, to find collaborative ways to have this discussion so that our communities do not have to feel even more afraid, to not be told by people outside of their neighborhoods who don't look anything like them what's in the best interest for them. As somebody who gladly represents diverse communities on the south and southwest side, I can tell you for sure that my residents know that the police need this tool. They know that they want to make sure that if something happens to them, that someone will be notified and someone will be coming. I, for one, Mr. President, do not want to be the elected official that has to go to the first family once this technology goes dark, to the family of a victim, to a family of someone murdered, and say, your family, your son or daughter was not worth the money, was not worth the effort, and was not worth the conversation. And I'm fairly confident, Mr. President, you don't want to be that person either. We can do the right thing today, Mr. President. We should have done the right thing months ago. But we are here at the cliff staring into the abyss, and we have a decision. Do we jump blindly into it and hope that there's something cushy waiting for us? Or do we take a step back, take a deep breath, and reposition ourselves and our city with this discussion? 36 of us already know what we want to do. And as many of my colleagues said earlier, we are the subject matter experts in our wards. We are the ones who know how this impacts our communities. We are the ones who understand the will of our residents. And for a small yet vocal minority of hyper-extreme individuals who are playing politics with public safety, I call on you to listen to us for once. Thank you, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes Alderman LaSpada.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. As long as we're rewinding the tape, I'm happy to rewind on my words as well. If we go back to the ordinance we were talking about on housing, I would go through the transcript of my comments because I don't believe that there was a point where I asked anyone here to vote based off of my prerogative, based off of me being the sole arbiter of how housing and zoning and development should function in my ward. There's nothing that I've asked for or proposed in terms of policy that I did not believe was good and sound and effective housing policy, and that potentially would serve good and effective purposes for the whole of the city. And then when I read the ordinance here, because I'm looking at it right now, it does not talk about aldermanic prerogative. It doesn't talk about contracts on a ward by ward or even district by district basis. It is asking the superintendent of police, who represents the whole of the city, to enter into a contract on behalf of the whole of the city. So when I read that, it makes me consider that this is less about prerogative and more about, are we making investments on behalf of the whole of the city in evidence-based solutions that reduce gun violence, that prevent loss of life? And as someone who has reviewed the evidence that we've received from CPD going back to 2017, as someone who did sit down with the lobbyists for ShotSpotter and for sound thinking, I still remain unconvinced that this is an effective and sound and reliable technology. That is not to say that Chicago does not deserve effective and sound and reliable technologies, only that ShotSpotter and sound thinking, based off of the evidence that they have presented to me and the evidence I believe they have presented to council, is not that technology. That is what I am grounding my vote in today, believing that we should always make decisions on investments not grounded on our emotions and anxieties and our fears, although those are powerful things for ourselves and our communities, but based off of best practices and evidence for what will save lives and reduce violence. And I can say these things because I believe your administration is making those investments, is saving lives every day, and that is tangible when we see the results that we've seen over the last 18 months. So that is where I'm grounding my vote today. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Sigcho Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I just want to be clear because I think there is an attempt to mix issues here. Aldermanic prerogative on zoning is very different on contracting that goes through the executive. So I just want to be very clear. When we talk about the due process and we talk about what is within our prerogative, and again, I accepted what it was a discussion in a committee, even though I did not agree with it. Now, I think when we talk about prerogative and we talk about the due process, I think it is within the preview of the executive to decide on how to sign contracts. That is not the preview of the Chicago Police Department, nor the superintendent. This follows within the executive. So I want to make sure that this, again, is not weaponized. When we talk about the due process, and the zoning process has a due process, I do accept and I do recognize we may have disagreements, and I'm glad that we have a conversation because, you know, the same people who are claiming to be so respectful of prerogative oftentimes derail the process. But in terms of this particular issue, I want to be clear. My position is respecting the due process that I elected a mayor who made a campaign commitment, and I think is within the process and within the city process to respect that in terms of contracting, and we're not going to set a bad precedent trying to break a process to benefit a software company trying to sell a software that the Inspector General has already deemed it is faulty. And further, I will say it, in the committee, we have discussed to try to reconcile the data that was provided by the software company with the data provided by the Inspector General. I, again, agree in this case with the executive, but the analysis that was also a commitment made to the people in the city of Chicago. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Alderman Beal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I appreciate the dialogue. But I also want to bring back to the fact that what my colleague said, that we have a contract that has been sent to the law department that is 48% less than the previous contract in order to keep ShotSpotter alive and well in our community. That's somebody that's give and taken. And the one thing that I love about democracy is that was a vote to discharge. You know what, y'all? You get another bite at the apple. You can see the light at the end of the tunnel and come on over to the side and show this city that we're united and moving forward for the best interest of everyone and vote in favor of this ordinance. That's the beauty of democracy. Another bite at the apple. So I think I'm not going to prolong this because we've been here a long time, but I will make a commitment to everybody here today that if this ordinance passes or when it passes, I will stand up and I will cancel the next meeting so we can go home and be with our families. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes Alder Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be honest, I was pretty conflicted as things have been moving forward about this conversation. I've lost a brother to gun violence, and just last month lost a friend who also got shot and killed. It's not an easy conversation to have when we hear from our colleagues who have the most shootings in their wards. I don't believe this is a conversation about prerogative. I think sound thinking is a shoddy business. I think when they first came in, they said it was going to reduce violence, it was going to increase convictions. It did not do that. Studies show they did not do that, to the point that they had to change their brand and were no longer ShotSpotter and became sound thinking. Then they were not about that. Now it's all about first response. I think had they been forthcoming in the beginning to say it was about first response, it might be a different conversation. But they were selling a bill of goods to try to get as much money as they could, which is why they go from whole food prices to your local corner store and slashing it down 48%, hoping they could lock in a contract. If they're so easy to do that, why didn't they start off at 48% of what they were charging us? Because they want to keep the money coming. So I have a bit of an issue with that. I've always said from the beginning, we wanted to get the best technology and the best deal for the city, because that is what keeps people safe. When Rahm Emanuel moved forward with this, there wasn't a competitive bid. There wasn't a request for proposal. You weren't able to see what was out there. You weren't able to put down the metrics of what you want safety to look like. Because when you look at the OIG's report, it doesn't say what some people say about ShotSpotter. What it says is the information is inconclusive, and it doesn't do the things that ShotSpotter said it would do in the beginning related to higher conviction rates. It just does not do that. Does it provide some level of response? Yes. That's fair. Do I think others could do better? Yeah, probably so, which is why I think we should move forward with it. My other issue with this particular Rule 41 and for the special meeting conversation is the way they look to solve the problem. There's multiple ways to try to solve the problem if you have an issue with the contract that a mayor signs, because it's not about anything but that. It is a little bit ridiculous to think that you could remove the power from a mayor and then give it to their employee as if that changes anything. Hey, I'm going to give it to the superintendent who's appointed by the mayor. Maybe he's going to go against the guy who appointed him. Not proper logic. Maybe it's an administrator at the Office of Public Safety Administration who is hired by the city and the mayor, also not going to cause the thing. So if our colleagues really were serious about the matter, what they would do is write an ordinance that says that the council needed to ratify the agreement the way we do FOP agreements and everything else. Other than that, it appears to me to be either misguided or theater just to continue talking about this in the press every other week. Or else we would have that matter and have a serious discussion. Because I think we do need technology that works and it keeps people safe. I just think sound thinking isn't it. And so I want to see what this administration does related to a plan, related to what the next thing could look like. Because I do also understand from our colleagues and our constituents that just removing it and not having any answer at all is frightening. So what I hope to do is work with our colleagues to figure out what that next is going to look like, so we actually get something that works and we aren't just sold a bill of goods by somebody looking to slash prices just to keep a deal. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
The chair recognizes Alderwoman Monique Scott.
So I'm not going to talk long, but, you know, I did want to say, Vasquez, you had some great points, but many of us have an iPhone. And we went from a 12 to a 13 to a 14 to a 15 to a 16. Maybe a month ago, AT&T wasn't working for a lot of us, right? But it works right now. And so 95% of the time, your phone works. And it's a 5% time that something doesn't work. And so if we always rely on this data here, I think that when a tool comes out, people think that that's what it wants to do. But once the data starts coming in, then you see that it's a detection. I don't know, I wasn't in those early meetings to know if they said that it was supposed to save lives, but we got cameras that can show the shooter running from A to B to Z to D to F. But that's not saving a life, but it works. But it's a tool. And these are just tools to have so that the officers have in their pocket. Because we don't have a tool that fights us when we're getting in our car at 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning, when you see those videos throughout the internet of people being robbed and murdered. What tool do they have then? How can you identify
How do you know if you're laying in your bed and you hear 30 shots and your window's up and you can hear the 30 shots and you can hear the return guns? How do you know where they're coming from? It's a detection. And I don't understand why we keep getting the issue of a saving a life versus a detection. I would rather have a detection so that I know where the 30 shots are coming from because I hear them. I live off of Cermak. I live off of Roosevelt Road. I hear shots all day, all night. Just this morning, I got a text at 12:45 in the morning. A 23-year-old was shot 4101 West Arlington. That's directly behind my office. And how he was found was through ShotSpotter. It's working. It may not work for the people who don't want it to be here, but it's working. The detection is working. It's detecting that bullets are flying and that they're coming. It's detecting that that woman just on the north side, the bullet just came through her car and slid through her forehead. She wasn't on the west side. She was north. She was in Rogers Park. It works. So we're just asking if we don't have a plan, like you don't just snatch something and without a plan. That makes me scared. I'm scared. I'm scared for my residents. I'm scared for my daughter. I'm scared for myself. I'm afraid. And we all should be. We're not dealing with the kids when I was in high school and maybe carried some mace and a knife. No, we're dealing with switches, AK-47, Dracos, okay? You know, the young man told me, and I'm glad I got him some help through CRED, but he told me he was running down the street with the Draco and the officers were chasing him. I said, did you have it or they had it? I had it. That's what our officers are up against, Dracos. Why they have a 45 on their side that's gonna shoot about 9 bullets, and they can shoot about 30 in 2 seconds. We need help. I don't know what to do. We need help. So we talk about investments. We need investments in our community. We need jobs. So to circumvent things, you know, Alderman Hall talked about jobs and reinvest in our communities. We need that. But we also need something that's gonna help us along the way. And you might not wanna vote for ShotSpotter because you say it doesn't work. Well, the people that live in probably the 50th ward don't have to worry about what's in the 24th ward. You don't have to worry about somebody laying 8 people out because they wanna party in their backyard. You don't have to worry about 13 people being shot at a Halloween party. You don't have to worry about fentanyl overdoses every other day. You don't have to worry about some of the things that are common in a disinvested community. So I want to protect my residents. I want to protect everybody that's in this city. And no, maybe there is options that we can look at, but we just don't snatch it. And I'm not, no disrespect to you. You said you have a campaign promise, but you can't put a life over a campaign promise. Put those people that you promised that to on hold to protect everybody in this city. It's not about, you can't put a dollar amount to safety.
The chair recognizes Alderman Conway.
You know, I know a lot about finance. I know a lot about the law. I don't know a heck of a lot about acoustic gunshot recognition technology. But in this way, I appreciate the views of Superintendent Snelling. I appreciate the views of people who've used it, like Alderman Chico. I appreciate the views of the University of Chicago Crime Lab. And I think we can all agree that Superintendent Snelling is doing a fantastic job. Heck, we sat here for an hour telling him what a great job he was doing earlier in this meeting. And I don't think that we should thank him by putting him in the middle of a conflict between City Council and the Mayor's office. So, but that said, I am going to vote for this. I'm going to vote to keep ShotSpotter. But I will say, Mr. President, you say to address you, I hope that you execute this contract, or you direct Superintendent Snelling to execute this contract, and feel free to blame this council. Say, look, we have $1 billion budget deficit, and you know, we just had to move on from this issue. And I hope with that we can move forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
The chair recognizes Alderwoman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President. When this decision came down sometime in February, I think I reached out to you to tell you I disagreed with the position you were taking. And I still disagree with that position today. People talk about this as violence reduction strategy or to stop gun violence. That's not what this is. This is about a gunshot detection strategy so that we know where gunshots are coming from, and we need that. I would ask that you keep this in place until we come up with another way. But I just want to tell you about 3 things that happened in my ward this year with ShotSpotter. I had a young man shot on 46th and State Street. If you know that area, there's not a house on that block. There is a factory on one side, there is a school on another, and vacant lots. This happened about in the wee hours of the morning. Had not ShotSpotter alerted the police, that man would have died just laying in the street because nobody was gonna call 911. The police went over there and that young man lived. He got to the University of Chicago Hospital and he's alive. About 3 weeks ago, I had some shots go through one of my senior buildings. The seniors called, they didn't know where the shots were coming from. We called the police, we sent the violence intervention people over there to see if there was some kind of gun conflict. Turns out there wasn't a gun conflict. 1 week later, some man is shooting a gun out of a 3rd floor apartment across the street. Police, nobody called the police, but ShotSpotter picked that up. Those police went over there. That man shot at the police. He was arrested and charged. And it's been quiet over there. Now, lastly, I had a person I know who lives on Swan and Princeton. 30 shots at night. She didn't know where the shots were coming from. Didn't call the police because she had no idea what to tell them. But the police went over there and they were right there, Johnny on the spot, which is what we want. And I think that we should support this technology until we find a replacement. It is just a tool, as Alderman Scott said. And I feel so strongly about this, that it does work. It is working, that I just needed to stand up and say that to you today. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Napolitano.
Thank you, Mr. President. My colleagues kind of hit it out of the park, so I'll try to keep mine as brief as possible. I think the onus falls on us as a council and in the media to promote the story the way that it's actually written. Said this before when we had this conversation. This tool originally came out under the name of ShotSpotter, not Shot Predictor. So we have to understand that it's after the fact. It's after the fact that the incident happened. It's a tool that helps the entire city of Chicago, and what I mean by that is I don't even have it in my ward. But once again, I'm going to support my colleagues that need it. A lot of us aldermen on the Northwest Side don't have this in our wards, but we're going to support it. And how this happens, or how this helps in the effect of like a trickle-down effect, is when there's more technology, when we have less police officers, that's the less reallocation of our officers to other parts of the city, because we have tools out there that can help neighborhoods. So I think we need to look at that this is a tool, hopefully for more tools to come, that we shouldn't be eliminating. It's a tool based on the unfortunate fact that our city sees more shots fired probably anywhere else in the world. And I'm talking in war-torn countries, we might see more violence and more shots fired. I always bring up the same terms, and I know you're tired of hearing it. In the last 8 years, we have over 25,000 people shot in the city of Chicago. I would assume we need ShotSpotter. I would assume the logical thing is when they do create Shot Predictor that we get that one as well. If there is a 48% cut in this, that means that they're willing to work with the city of Chicago. It shouldn't be scoffed at or laughed at. It should be looked at as, hey, this is a tool that they're willing to work with us until maybe we find another one, or until they come out with a different version of it. But to eliminate it, while the city, unfortunately, we're eliminating lives, to put your name behind that vote tonight, you're gonna have to wear that, because crime's not going down anytime soon, unfortunately. But together, we can make decisions here to come up with tools that can help bring that crime down. We could do it as a city council. I'm telling you, I've told you before, I've been out there, I've seen it. I know many of you have as well. I've been shot at. I've been on the scene where I'm dealing with, unfortunately, children that have been shot. I know a couple of my colleagues have done that as well. If we're scoffing or we're denying tools when we're missing enforcement, we're making the wrong decision down here. We really need to think about what we're doing before you vote no up there and you vote to get rid of ShotSpotter or Shot Thinker or Shot Predictor, whatever we want to call it. Let's side on the favor of technology right now. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. And just for clarification, just so that everybody knows what we're voting on, this is not an ordinance to keep ShotSpotter, because if that was in the ordinance, that would be considered a no-bid contract. So this is not about, I just want to make sure everybody's clear about what we're voting on. This is not an ordinance to keep ShotSpotter, okay? Just for the record. Chair recognizes Alderman O'Shea.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've heard a lot of what's been said so far this afternoon, and a couple things I want to point out. It's been concerning to me these last few days that there appears to be an effort to pit the police department against the fifth floor. And following up on what my colleague pointed out, we spent an hour and 15 minutes heaping praise on the leadership of the police department, someone who I entrust implicitly, like just about everybody in this room agreed. But I also think it's important that we look at, over these past 5 years, we have nearly 2,000 less police officers patrolling our neighborhoods. Think about that for a minute. Less than 2,000 police officers. And I don't know how many people have looked into it. There's not a lot of people looking to become Chicago police officers. We're going to continue to see less people willing to put themselves out there. And frankly, we have a much lesser caliber of person that is willing to sign up for this incredibly difficult job. So because of that, all of us should be looking at where we can invest in technology to help make up that difference. And every other big city, every other big police department is doing that. They're all investing significantly more than we are. Now, there are those in this room that don't believe that ShotSpotter is all that it's cracked up to be, or they have an issue with something about it. My question to everybody is, what's going to replace it? Everybody's been talking about a lot of different things. I've been talking the last 6 months about what are we doing to invest to replace it? What's next? I've yet to have one person tell me, well, we're looking at this piece of tech, or we're looking at this, or we're looking at this. And folks, everybody who's getting paid big money in this city, in this building, I've asked about it. So what's the plan? What's the plan? What are we looking to do in neighborhoods like South Shore, or Garfield Park, or Roseland? I represent a much safer community, fortunately for me. I don't have ShotSpotter anywhere in the 19th Ward, but I trust people in law enforcement that tell me, Matt, this is a valuable tool. It's helpful. It's the best we've got. I think we're making a huge mistake if we don't extend this contract while we work to find maybe that better piece of technology. I think we're doing a tremendous disservice to the people that all of us were elected to represent. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Chico.
Thank you, Mr. President. Once again, as the only council member who has used ShotSpotter, once again, I affirm my belief that it works, that it saves lives. And as becoming the alderman of the 10th Ward, I think about the families I've seen it affect. Like the little girl in Vets Park who had a bullet go through her window, wasn't doing nothing wrong, wasn't outside causing any problems, but was shot. Or the senior citizen in South Chicago who was walking from the store and happened to be the target of gun violence. The response time that ShotSpotter provided was invaluable. And many times I go to those scenes where people have been shot and I talk to the families. And those families, they're very happy that ShotSpotter was in place because they don't know what the outcome could have been if we waited another 1 minute, 2 minutes, or 3 minutes. It could have been very different. I believe investing in people, just as the rest of my colleagues do. We want to invest in people each and every day. But what better way to invest in somebody than to save their life, providing a technology that saves their life? That's the investment I'm talking about and we need to look into. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Yancey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know most folks' comments, they were pretty confident and cut and clear about where they stand on this, but for me, I'm conflicted, just to be honest. ShotSpotter might be an imperfect solution to preventing gun violence, but 72% of Fifth Ward residents support ShotSpotter or some similar technology. It's not lost on me that the data tells two different stories, though, right? One tells the story of a system that is an investigative tool that saves lives, and another that paints ShotSpotter as expensive, inefficient, and ineffective. The real question at hand, though, is do Chicagoans feel safe? And for many, that answer is no. And for many, ending the use of this technology will make them feel less safe. So just to be clear, my support for this ordinance is in response to community feedback from community surveys sent to residents via our ward newsletter, emails, calls from constituents in communities that have been plagued by gun violence, violence intervention groups working in South Shore and Greater Grand Crossing, and feedback from residents that have attended community, ward, and public safety meetings since February of this year. From those interactions, there's overwhelming support for the technology. But I want to add that gunshot detection technology isn't the be-all, end-all to preventing gun violence. It's an arrow in our public safety quiver. And it's an investigative tool that, according to CPD, triggers other tools like pod cameras and license plate readers, which assist police in their investigations. The police use this technology along with community policing and violence intervention organizations as other tools as part of an ecosystem to help keep communities safe. But while ShotSpotter is imperfect, many would say the same thing about community violence intervention programs. So is there a suggestion that we end those two? So I'm conflicted on this ordinance, as I personally believe that the mayor has the right to determine what tools we as a city use to keep us safe. And me as an alderman have the right to disagree with your position, to discontinue the use of ShotSpotter without the consideration of aldermen and their constituents who live with the consequences of gun violence every day. Like, this is a complex issue that needed probably a different type of forum or different timing to have this conversation. But, here we are. And in all honesty, I prefer to see money spent addressing our gun violence epidemic directly, like an Office of Gun Violence Reduction with a singular mission to eliminate gun violence, or maybe more funding for programs like the Peace Book to assist young people in addressing their trauma so they don't have to resort to gun violence every time there's a conflict. Or if we're going to use gunshot detection technology to fight crime and save lives in the city, let it be effective and let it not be so expensive that we wonder if we're getting what we're paying for. Again, I'm conflicted here, but I told my constituents that if I found myself looking at a vote where my constituents are in conflict with the fifth floor, I'd side with them. So unfortunately, here we are.
The chair recognizes Alder Hatton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I won't be supporting this ordinance today. The primary reasons, Alder Vasquez spoke to this a little bit. I appreciate the impact that this ordinance is trying to have. I appreciate Alderman Moore and the many others who are supporting this, the intent behind it. I know we can say this isn't about ShotSpotter, because technically it's not. The language is not, which is also why I'm not going to support it. I don't think it's right for us to give this type of contracting authority to the superintendent. I think it's going to cause a lot of problems for us and what we might have to legally defend. I understand the impact and the intentions. I don't think this is the way we're going to get there. So I'll be a no on this. I do also hear what so many of our colleagues are saying, and especially with this additional information, Mayor, I would implore you to really look at, I know we've got the request for information coming out. I know the community safety team has been meeting and reviewing this. I hope that you can meet with some of my colleagues and talk to them about what's going to be the stopgap solution, right? Should you consider with this new offer an extension while this other work is happening? I don't have the answers to that. You have the power to do that, which is why I'm not voting for this ordinance, because this is the contracting authority that you've got. You represent the entire city. You've got the 50 of us here representing all the very diverse needs of our wards and our constituencies. And, Alder Conway mentioned this too. The superintendent reports to you. The public safety administrator reports to you. So again, this ordinance doesn't make a lot of sense. And also, I think that we need a solution. We need some path forward. I know that in the 49th Ward, we don't support ShotSpotter for the most part. We've seen the data. We have similar concerns. I share concerns about this particular technology. I also understand and hear from my colleagues that they prefer to have some technology over none. And so this is, again, we keep coming back here, and I don't think this forum is the space where we're going to solve this problem. And I'm really hoping that whatever the outcome of this vote, because again, if this passes, it's really not going to change anything, in my opinion. It's not going to change anything. It's going to come down to a decision that you have to make either in directing your superintendent or a public safety administrator. And we're still going to have to figure out what is the solution for the gap and for the future. So I look forward to working with you and your office in a continued way to do that. Won't be supporting the ordinance, but really implore you to see how we can bring our alders to the table to make sure that they're part of the conversation so that we can find a path and a solution forward that is good for all Chicagoans and that makes sense for what we need to do with technology for public safety. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Sam Nugent.
Thank you, Mr. President. So here's what I know. The Chicago Tribune editorial board recently wrote a piece saying, Chicago, we need to keep this technology. The Chicago Sun-Times recently wrote an editorial piece saying, City of Chicago, you need to hold on to this technology. Representatives from the University of Chicago Crime Lab recently wrote a piece saying, Chicago, you need to hold on to this technology. And our superintendent of our police department, who we've all mentioned, we gave accolades to all morning, said, this is good technology. And some of my colleagues on the Northwest Side said earlier today, we don't have it on the Northwest Side. I don't have it in the 39th Ward. But that doesn't mean that it's not critically important. I support this technology because I care about the city and I care about our first responders. And I support technology that gives our officers out there situational awareness so that they have an idea when shots are fired. And I support technology that gets first responders into my colleagues' communities so that it can get out there and provide life-saving care to people. When somebody is shot or hurt, every single second matters when you have to apply a tourniquet to somebody. And I will always support a technology that supports our officers and supports each other and supports our residents. And the truth is that I don't know what the best technology is, Mr. Mayor, but it's the only technology we have right now. And for that reason, I implore you to continue to support it until we have something better. Thank you, Mr. President.
Are there any other alders that wish to speak to this item? The chair recognizes Alder Villegas.
Ladies first.
The chair recognizes Alderwoman in my midst.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Coming out of the Austin community and being your oldest council member in the city council, I can tell you how I have literally sit here and begged my colleagues over the years about gun violence. Some of you might have still been in high school or college or wherever, but let me tell you, in going to funerals every day, every weekend, shootings even at the funerals, I wouldn't stand here to tell you that my community wanted me to not support ShotSpotters. Because guess what? Over the years of being with the CAPS program, people are not calling the police. They're not going to call the police. Now, what other recourse do we have? And I applaud Mayor Emanuel when he came along with the ShotSpotters, just to show us the technology. And in the 15th district, they showed us as we was interviewing the technology and learning how it worked. Lord and behold, somebody was doing some shooting right outside out of the house, and we were able to see that. I'm like, my Lord, maybe this can give me a breathing room, some breathing room. They didn't care then, but let me tell you something. You should care more now than back then, because there's more guns on the street. Do you realize there's more guns out here? You ain't gonna, if they wasn't calling in, I help us. And every police district now, everybody is saying, when we get these texts over and over again on our phone from our commanders, ShotSpotters alerted somebody being shot. Whether they saved their life or whether they was able to get them there and take them to the hospital or whether they was able to get some help for them, all that matters. Let me say this. Saving one life, you can't put a price on it. You can't put a price on it, even if it's one life. And I don't know why we even discussing this. And for some that don't even know about what goes on in these neighborhoods, don't say nothing. Just don't say nothing. If you ain't gonna say what you know, then stop talking. Stop talking. I'm telling you what I know. I'm telling you what I done went through with. I'm telling you the trauma that I have had in my community. And not only my community, I'm sure others have it too. Whether it's black, seem like to me the brown don't have none though, but I guess it's all black. But let me tell you, the guns are still out there. And the police cannot do all that work, so we need ShotSpotters. And if we're not gonna have the ShotSpotters, if it was good for the DNC, then it's good for us now. Don't move nothing.
Chair recognizes Alder Villegas.
Perhaps I should have went before her. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, I have the privilege and honor of serving as the chairman of Committee on Economic Capital and Technology. And technology is something that I think we need to utilize more in government. And so when I was making the decision around ShotSpotter when it first came on board and people were talking about the negativity around it, I went to my district in 25th district and we have ShotSpotter there. And I asked the commander, the sergeant, how is this technology working? Is this something that's making your job a little easier to identify shooters, crimes, whatever it is that they deal with? Again, they're the subject matter experts. They said it's a tool that helps them. And so the same way that I go to Commissioner Carney and CDOT to talk about transportation issues, or I go to the Commissioner in Public Health to talk about public health issues, I rely on the superintendent, the subject matter expert around public safety, to tell us what are the tools that he needs. And I've asked him, I said, is this a tool that is really a waste of money? And he's like, no, he needs this tool. And so we've charged him, the mayor selected him, body confirmed him and said, hey, you're in charge of public safety. We need you to do a good job of that. And he said that ShotSpotter is the technology that he needs. And so I'm not going to go against the subject matter expert person that we've selected to provide a good quality life for our residents because of the fact that he said he needs this tool. And so when we're taking a look at the gunshot victims over the last 14 months, 1,976 gunshot victims were identified with ShotSpotter. No 911 calls, 1,976. So if we do get rid of ShotSpotter, I would hope that we put some other technology in. And technology is going to be the way moving forward around public safety, whether it's drones, whether it's license plate readers, whether it's additional helicopters. We need to have technology in the toolbox in order to make sure that we're dealing with public safety on a daily basis. So, the mayor has made a decision. He has said that the contract ends on 22nd. He also said that around no bid contracting, and the executive has the ability to, in the better interest of a city, to extend a contract, because I'm sure there's extensions that are allowed there. And I know that we're in the process, or I've heard that there's a process of an RFI, request for information around technology. But we should have been doing that early on, so that way, once this contract ended, then we can select the vendor. But I think we're putting the cart before the horse here. And so while people are responding to the RFI, we should allow the contract to be extended, so that way, once the responses come in, then there's an ability to analyze, and then procurement could do its job in selecting the most responsible bidder. So that's a process that's in place that we have. And so, it's been implored that the mayor should continue the contract until the RFI has been completed. And I think that's what the body's asking, is to figure out if there's a way to extend it based on facts, based on the fact that 70% of people want this technology. It is in the 25th district in an area. And again, I went to the subject matter experts, which is the superintendent, who said he needs this tool. So I'm not going to go and second guess the subject matter expert that we hired. We want to support him. So with that, I ask that we continue to have this contract in place until we get a different solution.
All right, thank
Mr.
you.
President.
Are there any other alders that wished? This chair recognizes Alderwoman Stephanie Coleman.
Thanks, Mr. President. August 8th, 2022, Woodridge man arrested for randomly firing shots into an Inglewood park. Police said they arrested 29-year-old Alexander Pargany of Woodridge, Illinois, last Thursday after a ShotSpotter alerted them to a single round being fired near Moran Park. According to a police report, it was a city pod camera that captured a man to what appeared to be a shotgun into the park. They captured him in a minivan turned with 3 handguns, an AR-15 style semi-automatic rifle, 1,000 rounds of ammunition, and a hatchet, which all firearms were readily accessible and ready to be fired. In addition, police also recovered a large number of handwritten notes that allegedly contain incoherent rants about references to mass shooting events at 3:30 in the morning. So, Mayor, this technology-driven tool is a little personal for me because Moran Park is the park that I grew up at summer camp. Moran Park is the park that I visit frequently every week, and also a park that we're getting a new investment in thanks to the Inglewood TIF. If it were not for this ShotSpotter and this pod camera to capture this gentleman from Woodridge, Illinois, that traveled all the way to 57th and Racine just to randomly what we would think would have been a mass shooting or a massacre of a community. I don't know how to consciously go back to my community and say that we don't have an alternative, and what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I do hope that whatever decisions are made regarding the technology, that it is an inclusive process, just as your administration has been. that we look for better, that we look to be fiscally responsible, but that we always remember the lives, because I could have attended funerals instead of the graduation ceremonies that year. So I thank you for this healthy discussion. I don't know who the best expert will be in making this decision, but certainly I know that a number of us have personal stories and testimonies about our communities and what this technology has done. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are three things that I want to touch on in this conversation. The first part deals with if you put a person in a desert long enough, you can give them a saltine and they'll think it's a Ritz. Gunshot detection technology sits in West Side, South Side communities. A phrase that Alderman Mitchell always talks about, and it kind of rings true here, is that we need to stop playing checkers when other folks are playing chess. What I've seen in this technology, and I'm glad that Alderman Mitch brought this up, was that in the 15th district, what I saw Commander Parham or Sergeant Ryroba and their DIOs and the SDSC team do in that district has been amazing. The question that I raised, though, is why wasn't that done in the 11th district, in the 4th district, in the 3rd district, in the 2nd district, and all the other districts with the technology? The question that I ask is, the crime drop that we saw in Austin, we didn't see anywhere else. So it kind of got me to thinking. I think the police department needs to understand what the tool is. If you ask them, do I need the tool? Of course they're gonna tell you that they need the tool. The question is, how is the tool being used? And quite frankly, the tool is not being used properly, which is why the Inspector General, which is why the State's Attorney, which is why everybody that looks at the data of the tool is not supportive of the tool, because the department did not use the tool properly. Again, had they done in the other districts what happened in the 15th districts, I don't even think we'd be having this conversation. The other part of this is that this work, this incentivizes community participation. If you ask Superintendent today, would he rather have ShotSpotter or well-engaged and informed people in his district? I guarantee you he would say he would want a well-informed and engaged constituency in these districts. And again, if you leave folks in a desert long enough, you can give them a saltine and they will think that it is a Ritz. And again, yes, are there anecdotal stories about, hey, it did this? Yes, there are. But the challenge here is that the department has ultimately brought this on itself by not using the tool the way it was purported to be given to us back in 2016 to 2017. Again, one district did it. Why the rest of them didn't do it, I don't know. But what I do know is that we have now had more people stop calling 911 when we need them to participate. We've had less people come to CAPS meetings when we need them to participate. And guess where it's happening at? On the south and west sides of Chicago. Again, we got to start playing chess and not checkers, because this type of technology continues to drive community away from what needs to happen, and that is engagement with the police department. And again, we can argue, guy dropped the price, 48% or whatever he did. Of course, I've been talking to folks all week. Hey, we need to keep this. Lobbyists, need to. But again, what is this going to do to benefit the relationship between the police department and our communities? And as I said before, where is this happening? It's not happening in Sauganash. It's not happening in Mount Greenwood. Where is this happening at, folks? It's on the south and west sides of Chicago. So again, I think we got to think a little deeper beyond just this point and understand what is it that we really want. Ultimately, we want safe communities. Is this the one tool that can deliver it? It could have if it was used right and drove crime down like they told us that it was going to do. And again, I've had conversations with the mayor about this as well, just many of us have done. But again, what we find is that the tool was not used properly. Goes back to, and I don't want to take this step back, but remember when police used to just roll up on the corner and lock everybody up? Remember that? Remember that? When they just rolled up on you and, hey, just jump on in, just get on in. So again, we talk about if you give tools, everybody wants, if you ask them, I want to keep that tool too. I want to keep every tool possible in order to make my job easier, but we've got to do the hard work of engaging and getting people back on track between the police and the community. The second part, which I think that Alderman hadn't brought up, again, we all talk about democracy. This is one of those things of democracy. They say elections have consequences. This is one of those things. We talk about democracy and that we want to make sure democracy works, but we can't in the same breath strip or attempt to strip the executive office of what their constitutional right is. We might not like it, but again, the man was elected and he had made a decision. He has a right to make a decision, and it is what it is. So today we go through this gyrations back and forth about something that we don't even have the authority to do. But yet we want to continue the chaos, continue the foolishness, continue going around in circles, and again, still playing checkers, not truly understanding what's going on, not truly understanding what we're talking about from investments, not truly understanding what the overall decision of this is. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been elected to lead, not react. We've been elected to lead, not react. And what we've witnessed from the police department over the last 6 or 7 years with this technology has not been leading. It has been reacting. It has not been leading. It has been reacting. Yeah, they've been running out. They drive down Jackson while they're flying, run into a gunshot detection. But why not take that technology to kind of infer what might happen and be there and deal with it? They did in the 15th district. Why can't that be replicated? So again, I understand that this is one of those issues, of course. We're in challenging times. I'm not concerned about the budgetary impact of this. It's a number, we can deal with it. But I think that we have to think a little deeper here. And I think that our constituents would want us to try to figure out something better than just trying to lay this problem and say that it's just a gunshot detection issue when we've got a deeper, more challenging concern that we must work to deal with. And that is the relationship between the Chicago Police Department and the citizens on the south and west sides of Chicago. That is probably the best gunshot detection technology we could ever have to get people and police back together on the same page. And again, let's stop playing checkers, y'all. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker, thank you very much. The chair recognizes Alderman David Moore.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. After hearing some of this stuff, and I'm gonna still stick to what I was going to say, and I'm not going to address some of these just ignorant comments that were made, because I want to be positive. When we had the superintendent here just now, boy, it was a feel-good moment. It was like togetherness. And Mr. Mayor, that's what I appreciated. As I'm sitting here, I'm thinking about it, I'm going back to 2014, 2015, when we first even met on the Dr. Clarice Mason show, the person that I fell in love with, that energy and all those things. And it's still there, because what other people may not know is I know your heart is right. What nobody else say, I know your heart is right. But when we get to a point, when we're talking about the Inspector General's data and all that stuff and what the Inspector General said, it's so strange that people are not looking at the University of Chicago. I didn't like who I respect, our Inspector General. They're doing a great job. I take her over almost anybody, any day of the week. But at the end of the day, she's making determination on some data that wasn't properly reported. If you put junk in, you get junk out. You put junk in, you get junk out. And so that's all she was reporting. But when we look at 91 lives non-fatally shot, non-fatal lives saved on a ShotSpotter alert to no 911 calls, that's major. I don't recall. Now somebody else may recall, pull it up or whatever. I know the briefings I was in when they was talking about ShotSpotter, nobody ever told me it was going to reduce crime by 50%. I never heard that. But they said it was going to be a tool to help with crime. But even when that report came out previously before the University of Chicago data, as I was looking at this flawed data, I'm like, something is not right. Because I'm living this thing. You can call me crazy, yeah, going down the street, do what I do, but I'm living this thing. And I know for a fact, when those guys are cutting off the cameras that we have, because they cutting the lights, I don't know how many times I done called CDOT to go back because they need their pod cameras put back on. But the shot detection system is still working. And so that SC room, they're tracking. Otherwise, you just got a big system there that's sitting there not doing anything. And so this is what helps us. I want us to get to the point of when we're talking about democracy, when we brought this up initially, everybody know I'm just an up and down guy. I can take a loss on any vote. When people's vote, that's democracy. But when people start playing political maneuvers and all that, that's what get us in this craziness. Because this could have been done with a long time ago. A long time ago. And so now we find ourselves here, and we still have an opportunity to look at the data, to hear what everybody is saying. We want to work. Nobody more than me with this administration to say, okay, yeah, I don't like it because X, Y, Z, but this is what we need to do to replace it. Because contrary to what people say when they don't read and they don't know their stuff, saying we can use that money to invest in our communities, it has to stay at the police department and technology. Know your stuff before you speak. It has to stay there. So what other technology are we going to use? I'm okay with that. I ain't married to no corporation or nothing. I'm married to keeping my people safe. I'm married to and I'm offended by what was said in Carter. You saying, hey, a person, you ask them what they want to keep, they're going to say they need it anyway. You calling our superintendent ignorant. He's not ignorant. He's a smart man. He knows what this technology does. He's lived it. And he sees it from the ground up. And so we got an opportunity here to unite. Let's not let this divide us. We got an opportunity to unite. And so let's get this passed there, let's talk and say, okay, yeah, we gave it to superintendent. Everybody know I'll amend anything. I'll amend anything. I'll work to amend anything. But let's keep moving. Let's keep moving in a direction. That's what leadership is. Hey, yeah, based on the data that I saw before, that's what I thought, but I'm seeing this new data now. And here it is. We'll work with the city council. Let's all work together to do what's best for our city. Let's do that. That's all I'm asking. Nothing, I hate not being able to sleep at night. But when I make a decision, I can sleep at night when I know it's right. But I can't sleep at night when I hear people say, do we think we need to call the alderman? No, he's a foe of the mayor. Man, that hurt me to my heart. There's not a lot of people, there are not many people in this council that if you got in trouble that I wouldn't stand up and box for you. Some people I just call the police and wait, and if they get their butt kicked until the police get there, that's fine. But you one of them that I jump in that fight with. And to hear people from your administration say, I'm a foe? Brother, y'all don't know me at all, nor try to sit down with me. When you do that, then we can move forward. We can help our city as a whole. What is the best way to do that? Is it another technology? Because I know for a fact that this is helping. And the other data that it's not capturing, because I've seen it, I'm out there with the guys. Dude, man, I'm glad that gunshot technology was out here, because the police, yeah, they showed up, but these guys was about to come back and hit us again. You can't capture that. They didn't come back and hit again, and guess what? No innocent person got shot. I know this for a fact. But if that innocent person gets shot, then we had another funeral just crying. Yeah, dog, this is not checkers, this is real chess, because it saves lives. It saves lives. And that's all we want to do here. And we want to work with you, Mr. Mayor. Know that. Know that. If you don't know nothing else, know that. We want you to succeed. I want you to succeed. And we want to just work together to make sure that we have the proper, if it's another company, fine. If it's another technology, fine. But let's work together to make sure we got the right tools to do what we need to do for our community. And my last thing, when people are talking about engagement of people, from block president to CAPS, B facilitator, everything, still was doing all that stuff before aldermen, still go. And before ShotSpotter came in, they combined the different beats because enough people weren't showing up. Don't blame it on ShotSpotter. Stop with the ignorant talk. That happened before ShotSpotter. And the fact that people are not engaged and not calling 911, we have to do something. We have to do something. If there's an alternative, Mr. Mayor, more than anybody, I'm willing to work with you on that alternative. Know that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to pass the ordinance. Okay, please, thank you. There's a motion to pass the ordinance 02024-001103. This is before us. Members, please use your e-vote application to record your vote at this time.
All right, voting is open. Voting is open. Please use your e-device. The voting is now open. Please raise your hand if you need help. I will now take a voice vote for anyone who's not used the system. Alderperson Robinson. Not in chambers. Okay, that's it. The voting is now closed.
There are 33 yeas, 14 nays. This motion passes. On the motion to reconsider, Alderman Mitchell.
Mr. President, I move we reconsider the vote.
All those in favor of the reconsideration of this vote signify by saying aye. All those opposed say no. This motion fails. Chair recognizes Alderman Beal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, based on the outcome of that vote, me and my colleagues move to withdraw the special meeting following this meeting.
Very well. All the members, thank you, Alderman Bill. All the members who co-signed for the special meeting, I take your word that you are in agreement with Alderman Bill's motion to withdraw. Very well, we'll accept that. For the date and time of the next meeting, Chair recognizes Alderman Mitchell.
Mr. President, I've handed up an ordinance to the clerk setting the date and time of the next meeting.
Very much, thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Please read the ordinance.
Be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Chicago, Section 1, the next regular meeting of City Council of the City of Chicago shall be held on Wednesday, October 9th, 2024, beginning at 10 a.m. at the Council Chamber on the second floor, City Hall, 121 North LaSalle Street, Chicago, Illinois. Section 2, this ordinance shall take effect and be enforced after its passage. Gregory Mitchell, Alderman, 7th Ward.
Just a second, Madam Clerk. Just hold on. The meeting is not adjourned, you all, please. We're just about there. Keep your voices down, please. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
The next regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Chicago shall be held on Wednesday, October 9th, 2024, beginning at 10 a.m. in the Council Chamber on the second floor, 121 North
Excuse me,
LaSalle,
Madam
Chicago,
Clerk.
Illinois.
Could you all please, we are literally trying to end the meeting. Could you just quiet, please?
Last time, the next regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Chicago shall be held on Wednesday, October 9th, 2024, beginning at 10 a.m. in Council Chambers on the second floor, City Hall, 121 North LaSalle Street, Chicago, Illinois. Gregory Mitchell, Alderman, 7th Ward.
Alderman Mitchell,
President, I move passage in the omnibus.
hearing no objection, so ordered. Hold on, the meeting's not adjourned. Sergeant at Arms, could you all please restore some order? If they're disruptive, just take them out.
I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you. No, we still got it. We ain't no time yet.
Please remove these individuals from the chamber. Oh, thank you. Sergeant at Arms, please continue to escort them out the room, please. Okay, thank you. City Council members, could you all just please respect the process so that we can complete this meeting with some dignity and some order, please? Alderman Mitchell for the omnibus roll call.
Mr. President, I move that matters in the omnibus be passed by the first most favorable roll call vote by the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Alderman Mitchell on a motion to adjourn.
Mr. President, there being no further business before this body, I move that we adjourn.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. This meeting is adjourned.